History whispers through the reeds. Students in VR headsets explore where pharaohs lay. Past and future mingle as pyramids go digital. In labs that make the old and new and the mythical practical. All learning labs.
Yeah, there. Okay.
Just a real check. I'm sure it's
Sure.
okay, but
Okay, let's try it. Where is the
remote.
clicker? I
I
think.
think the first speaker, Dave, took it
Yeah.
in his pocket.
Okay. We can just.
We can just do it this way to check.
Yep. We
That's
can
fine.
just do it.
Yeah, thank you.
China is compared on how can we all work together and be able to help Afghanistan and the Taliban. China supports all statements that fall on the Taliban, follow international governing standards, and respect the rights of all citizens, including women and girls.
The floor is now open.
Bridge the oldest gaps.
President.
Connecting threads of knowledge on global learning maps. World Learning Labs. Immersive stories told. Hands-on discoveries. Where young minds mold.
Okay.
From distant shores to nearby streets. In every heart a spark. Emerging tech and partnerships. World Learning Labs.
Oh yeah.
High in the Andes,
Yep.
a classroom under stars. Kids programming drones, learning Mars from afar. Their laughter rings over mountains. The open world on the coldest, clearest nights. World Learning Labs. World Learning Labs. Down by the Nile, history whispers through the reeds. Students in VR headsets explore where pharaohs lay. Past and future mingle as pyramids go digital. In labs that make the old and new and the mythical practical. World Learning Labs. Immersive stories told. Hands-on discoveries. Where young minds mold. From distant shores to nearby streets. In every heart a spark. Emerging tech and partnerships. World Learning Labs. World Learning Labs. World Learning Labs. Down by the Nile, history whispers through the reeds. Students in VR headsets explore where pharaohs lay. Past and future mingle as pyramids grow digital. In labs that make the old and new and the mythical practical. All Learning Labs. All Learning Labs. Kyoto where cherry blossoms sway.
I'll just grab.
A lab lights up with learners where technology
Yeah,
meets
there.
play. From screen to real world projects, they bridge the oldest gaps, connecting threads of knowledge on global learning maps. World learning labs, immersive stories told, hands-on discoveries, where your mind's mold.
It's just a silent video is okay. Yeah.
All right.
In fact, better to mute it. Yeah.
Okay.
Because I'm going to be talking and explaining.
I see.
Can I skip through and just check it? Yeah. Yep, it's fine.
Okay.
Yep.
So you just go to the folder.
Minimize this for
Oh,
now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then minimize this one.
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
Okay. So just.
So I have to keep track of my own time.
Yes.
Someone tell me when
Yes, you have to keep record.
my own time.
Yep.
20 minutes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. But. Yes. But the name is transferring. Okay. So I'll just drop it here in the desktop. So you can just let's just test it.
When I talk, I have to stand here
Yeah, there is a clicker. You can stand here or there.
or sit there. Okay.
No, you will not sit there. You just stand here.
Sit here and
Okay, and
use
the microphone.
the
Okay.
microphone and
Yep.
then I can control it by
Yes.
myself.
Yes.
Okay. That's good.
It's working, right? Okay,
Ah.
I'll remove this.
Thank you.
Thank you. So your PowerPoint is this. Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
All right.
Spare extra. super long.
Sort of chase our speakers up front here, Pat and Liam, and then we'll get started.
Testing. Testing. 1, 2, testing. Is that loud enough? Yes? Not really? So if we have the handheld mic. No? How about this one? So, not really. Let's move it. There we go. That'll work. Yeah. So, you're going to go out there, then we'll have this ready here. We ready to begin? Yep. All right, let's get started then. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to the World Immersive Learning Lab Symposium 2025. I'm Jay Klophocky, founder of TEDx Kyoto, Japan's largest TEDx event, and former chair of the Department of Global Studies here at Kyoto University of Foreign Studies. When I was chair of the department, I worked alongside Eric to help obtain the funding and equipment to launch our future hub. So I'm very happy to be able to continue to support the trajectory of that project and to contribute to this conference. I'll be your moderator today for session 2, featured presentations. This session features 5 remarkable presenters who are advancing immersive technologies in education, culture, and communication. You'll hear from experts working with virtual reality, augmented reality, and AI, each focused on making learning more engaging, inclusive, and meaningful. Our goal today is to explore how these tools are being used to solve real-world challenges, from improving accessibility and preserving cultural heritage to transforming diplomatic education and enhancing language learning. Let's begin with our first speaker. Dave Dolan. Please welcome Dave Dolan, founder of Sensible VR and a lifelong educator. Dave is addressing 2 critical challenges in education: attention and accessibility. Through Sensible VR, Dave's helping students, regardless of their learning needs, connect with complex ideas using the power of virtual reality. His work is both pragmatic and visionary, bringing immersive tools to classrooms around the globe. Dave.
Thank you very much. Okay. Sorry, can we just... It's this one here. Yeah. Okay. Good. Okay, thank you very much. Yes, my name is Dave. I've been an educator for about 30 plus years. I hail from Canada. I live in Japan. And I've been in ed tech since about 2008, and in VR specifically since 2016. Okay? Now we'll cover a lot, so I'll just make that very quick. Right? To me, there's too much value in VR in education that it can't be squandered. So we have to find a way to make sure that we get it into every classroom anywhere in the world. Right? And so to be able to do that, there has to be a pragmatic approach to make sure it works. But you know, we should look at why we want to have VR there in the first place. And for me, there's a few interesting facts of life right now, is that students can only focus for about 65 seconds at a time to have a sustained attention, right? That comes from Johan Hari and the research. He had a book on distraction. It takes about 23 minutes to get your mind back on track when you lose this attention. Students are bombarded by distractions constantly, okay? You know, we can see this around us all the time. And in a study of 65,000 students, they found that a lack of agency really declined the engagement from 74% being engaged in school in 3rd grade to 26% by the 10th grade. So we have to get a way to get that back. So capturing attention, okay, is a monumental task, and providing agency is an immediate need. And these are things that we can get with VR. Okay, now why is VR different? Okay, you know, in this session or today or in other times, you're going to hear AR, VR, MR, and everybody is well aware of the different technologies. To me, VR really does stand apart because AR is really about you know, being in that real world and having that enhanced, right? MR as well, but you still are very distracted, okay? VR is unique in that you do separate from, you know, your peers and from the world and get into a virtual space that allows you to fully engage in that. So there's no phones, no peers, no side talk, okay? A young woman I know very well has really stressed to me that judgment-free is a really key aspect of this as well, because you're not being viewed. You're allowed to escape from that observer effect, and you can actually kind of commit yourself into your learning. So distraction-free is very important. Judgment-free is also extremely important as well. So the VR blocks out the noise, okay, both literally and figuratively. And so those are the benefits. That's what we're looking for, okay? Now, how do we get there, okay? Now, I'll take a different track than my friend Shannon, okay? So the way forward for me, okay, is that 3DOF is the smart choice on this. Because for me, I have a mandate to be able to teach everyone in every country, in every school. So we know that there's, sorry, this is not moving. Here we go. Okay, so when we look at 3DOF and 6DOF, I think everybody here is aware of this. Movement is not required in the 3DOF, okay? I can be in one stationary position. 6DOF, you increase movement, which increases the likelihood or chances of injury or property damage. So safety in classrooms is high with 3DOF, lower with 6DOF. The true cost of it, and I'll work through some of that later, 3DOF can be more affordable, and it's not about the cost of the headset. It doesn't matter if it's $100 less or $300 less. There's a difference in the way that's used. And so 6DOF can be quite expensive. Space requirements, the real estate needed is high for 6DOF, and then privacy concerns. You have headsets that are connected with social media company, and they're taking your information and your data. And I have an issue with that in being able to go into schools and offer this as an item that might be connected with a social media company, whether that's Meta, Facebook, whether that's TikTok with Pico. Their business model is around data, and that's a concern for me for students and schools, okay? So 6DOF is great for gaming and entertainment, and very good for doing surgery, learning how to do welding, learning how to do very physical things. Absolutely, there's a place for it. But for the majority, in my mind, for the majority of what you learn, 3DOF can be fine. As long as you're interactive, as long as you're doing something in there, you're not just looking at pictures. That's what's been done before. That's not really helping out anybody. That's the kaleidoscope, that's the rotary phone, okay? And we don't want that, okay? So, affordability, okay? There's two ways that things are being used right now. One is class-wide, and when you go class-wide, it really changes things, okay? Because you're looking at 30 headsets, and there's a high cost for this. It doesn't matter if you get a cheap 3DOF headset, like I'll name names, okay? You didn't. Class VR, okay? When you just get a cheap headset like that, which is not, to me, doesn't really have much value, you're just looking at pictures because it doesn't have any processing power in it, okay? But you have to get 30 headsets. That's a high bar for schools, okay? Teacher control, okay, limits the student autonomy, and these offer up ways that a teacher will say, look at this, look at that, and I don't think you're really getting the value from VR. It introduces the observer effect because you are being viewed and you are being followed. It reduces immersion. And the facilitator costs are high because there's a higher burden for teachers. There's much more to manage. If we had 30 headsets right now, somebody's not going to be online. There's going to be an issue. I'm going to be, okay, Paul, hang on, and I've got to make everybody else wait. This is too hard to manage, and I can't do that to teachers, all right? So the other way that people are using are 6DOF or device agnostic, and people talk about WebXR, okay? Your situation's different, okay? I understand about the Open University, and I'm talking about public schools, in Sulu, okay, or wherever you are, okay? If it's a poorest area, these are my people, okay? So 6DOF has the challenge of content management because the management has to be online. You have to get a third-party management such as ManageXR, ArborXR. If you don't have full control of the device, you don't have full control of the system, right? Gaming devices go through lots of iterations, okay? There's lots of cycles, and the problem is schools cannot keep up. In the short time that we've been at this, you have the Oculus Go, you have the Quest 1, you have the Quest 2, you have the Quest 3, you have the Quest, and it keeps going on and on and on, right? You cannot keep up as a school. And the facilitator costs are very high, as Shannon noted, in her speech was that the setup and everything else is extremely challenging. So the connectivity myth also, okay? A majority of schools are online. That's a little better. Okay, that's what the thought is. I was in China a few years ago and they said, Dave, you don't understand, 95% of schools are online. I said, listen, I come from Canada, 100% of schools are online, and you're not going to be able to move these content pieces. They're way too heavy, right? Especially over mass students. Third-party management of content online, okay, a managed content solution is fraught with challenges. Now, Lenovo had their 3DOF Classroom 2 solution, and the problem they ran into was they had a managed content solution, not on the headset. And then some people will challenge this by saying, well, I can set up a local router, I can do this. Listen, if you've been in the field, and I've been in classrooms in Japan, in China, in Sri Lanka, in South Africa, in Germany, in Canada, and Mexico. I've been in classrooms everywhere. It does not work, okay? So it works in the office. I can set that up. I can teach you how to do, and it will not be used, okay? So the problem is that about 13% of the world, you know, is in a, let's say, a developed country. You know, if you're talking about Canada, Japan, US, you know, Europe, Australia, New Zealand, that accounts for about 13% of the population, okay? I have to teach 100% of the population, okay? So I have to teach students that are in Vietnam, who are in Peru, who are everywhere else. And so that's the burden that I need to hold, because I can't put that burden on the educator in that area. So, don't burden teachers. Everybody here is a teacher. You should like this slide, okay? So, again, somebody has to own the burden. So it's either going to be me setting that up, or I'm going to pass that on to you, right? So complex setups, you know, using a phone to set up a headset, to have accounts and everything else, just doesn't work. And my star teacher would not be the tech teacher who's in every school. There's always one or two tech teachers that love this. I want Mrs. Applebaum. I've been talking about Mrs. Applebaum for years, okay? She's 60 years old. She had emails for over a month now, so she's getting kind of technical. I want Mrs. Applebaum to say, Paul, use that thing. Okay, good. Okay, go. All right? That's it. You don't need to put a burden on teachers to try to figure out and have lots of PD, have to figure out how to use this and find ways, okay? Built-in assessment. Somebody had a question about assessment this morning. We've been delivering this for years, so this is nothing new to me. So assessment is great because every teacher wants to know what's happening in the VR. So they wrongly ask, can you multicast that so I can see inside, okay? And I say the same thing as Shannon. I say, okay, when you send your students to the library, do you go and say, okay, are you page 27? What do you, and every teacher says, I would never do that. Why do you need to do that with VR, okay? But there needs to be a bit of connective tissue, and the connective tissue is the assessment. So the assessment is done in the environment, and if you have a small amount of Wi-Fi, okay, and even a teacher's hotspot on their phone, your kilobytes of information just gets back into the platform. So the teacher is well aware that, like, Colin got 42% on geography, I can talk to him, okay? Lena got 80%, she's fine, okay? So that is that connection between student and teacher. You have to make sure that you've got that, okay? So I tried to go through this very quickly because I want to be open to questions as well. So in closing, okay, VR belongs in every school, okay? There's too much value here, okay? Students are distracted. They need a chance to be able to have that focused concentration. So if I've got them for 8 or 10 minutes, locked into whatever it is, photosynthesis, right? They do not care about anything else. They're only locked into this, and that is gold for me as a teacher, okay? So I need to get that into their hands some way. So immersive, focused, distraction-free, judgment-free, these are all very important parts of the VR. It needs to be designed for education and not for entertainment, okay? They're two very different things, okay? And the headsets are the same. Like if you're using a gaming headset, it's designed for gaming, and we're trying to, you know, edify it, okay? We should gamify education, but not edify technology, okay? And so a global solution which is practical, feasible, and sensible, okay? We have to look at this holistically in looking that you're going to solve all of the issues and not just try to get something and let's look for content now, let's bolt this on. There has to be ways to do this, right? So the way to do this, okay, what's needed in my mind would be high quality 3DOF headsets, okay? They have to be 4K, capable of interactivity, so I'm working and I'm doing something, and I'm learning by doing. Offline usage. So the way to be able to do this is to preload the headsets, okay? And this is what we do. So you have a ton of content, get it preloaded at the factory, and send them out so that nobody has to try to load these. Lots of good curriculum-ready content. People talk about curriculum-aligned content. I've been delivering curriculum-aligned content for about 8 years. Curriculum-ready is good because I need to know if I'm teaching photosynthesis, this matches what I'm doing. And as I've said to teachers all over the world, you can teach 90% of photosynthesis. You're a great teacher. But that 10% at the end, I can take that student into the plant and I can have them feel what it is to be chlorophyll, okay? And that's the part that you get, that's the unique part you get with VR. To do this too, I think that we have to promote individual usage and not, because it's not a collaborative event. Some can be when you use it with, Engage, right? And you are collaborating. But the value to me for VR is that it is the individual in a very self-directed, self-paced manner taking care of themselves, right? It's a wonderful environment to be able to immerse yourself and lose yourself. It needs to be usable by all students, okay, including special needs. So I've been after special needs for years now. Okay, this is my buddy Tsubasa, okay? Tsubasa has a CP, okay? And I've known Tsubasa only since 2008. So, I mean, only for about the last 17 years, okay? So I've watched him grow up. And so Tsubasa's in a chair. He's able to move his index finger. And so with a single controller, with a trigger, I'm able to get that. I'm able to get him to do some things, right? And this is wonderful because he can now go to the Burj Khalifa. He can now understand maybe photosynthesis better. He can do things that he could never do before. So to me, Tsubasa is I forget the name of your young guy, okay? But he's my guy, okay? You have to have respect for student privacy and security, okay? And absolutely. It has to be an attainable price point. It has to, schools don't have millions of dollars or tens of thousands of dollars. So you have to do in a way that can be in that school that the kind of per usage cost is minimal, almost nothing. So that's where you can drive it, and that's how you can get it into. My friend Satendra here and I delivered into a very poor area in India called Nagaland, about 900 headsets, okay? Dirt floor, okay? No internet connectivity, one little extension cord for power, right? And so we were able to deliver all of those into 47 schools in that state. And, they'd have a chair and you just put at the end of the day, put the headsets on the chair, plug that in, put the generator on, come back, and you're using it tomorrow. So those students are using VR in practical, good, useful ways. And they're doing labs, chemistry labs or whatever, that they cannot afford a physical lab, but they can afford this, okay? And that is what I'm doing, okay? So, and finally, low burden, okay? You cannot burden the teachers, IT staff, or admin, okay? The teachers need something easy to use. The IT staff doesn't want to be running down, setting up headsets all the time and moving content. They need to have an easy life, okay? And admin needs to know that their money is being spent correctly, it's not too high on the budget, and that there's efficacy that I can see. They don't mind spending the money if it's reasonable, if it's actually being used and actually being effective, okay? So this is what I'm after, and this is what I've been doing for some time. And so I'd be very happy to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. We're a little ahead of schedule, so we do have time. If there's one or two questions, please go ahead.
I tried to not be too long here.
Yeah, great, perfect.
Yeah. Questions? Anybody? Come on. Yes. I love the rotary phone. Right. No, so I got into content creation in 2016, okay, with a company called Creative out of India, okay, and so it was all about let's say photosynthesis. So you'd have about 5 or 6 different scenes. You'd be in there. You would be driving through, learning about this. How many, like you have to drag and drop the chlorophyll into here. You are actively doing things, right? So if you're going to be learning about whatever it is, speeds, you would be in the car moving. You would be changing the speed of the car to see about that, right? Interactivity is a regular thing in here. Class VR is completely different, okay? They're just, you're looking at pictures and there's nothing there. So I've been saying for years that I hope nobody's from Class VR, and I don't mean to name by name, but I am. But I've always fought with people because they've always said, well, they have lots of content. And I've always said, there is no content. There's absolutely no content. So show a picture is not content. I could show you a picture right now, and I can teach you about Canada, and I can tell you about the Rocky Mountain. I'm creating the content, okay? The content is not from that picture. The content is from the teacher. So you're burdening the teacher to say, okay, just go ahead and make the content and run the class and do everything, and that's the way to do it. That's completely wrong, okay? So they've taken a really different road, and I've been a big advocate not to go that way, because I think it damages our sector or our, right? Because that sets one kind of expectation, and okay, I'm assuming nobody's from that company here, but I've dealt with that, with the repercussions from that for years, because everybody loves it for 3 months. And then at 6 months, they go, there's not very, at 8 months or 9 months, they phone me at Creative and they say, do you have any content? Do you have content for my VR? I said, I would always answer, I have content for any VR, not Class VR, because it's not, it can't do it, like it has nothing. You can only look at things, right? So it's not a VR to me, okay? But people have equated that with 3DOF and said, that's what 3DOF is, and look at the wonderful things we can do with the Quest. Okay, I live in the middle, okay, in a world that, okay, right? I like your smile, right? Okay, so that's, I think I answered your question. Interactivity is very important, okay? And you need to do. So it's still learn by doing. You don't need to be 6DOF to learn by doing, okay? So I can be in that environment right here, and I can be moving around, and I feel like I'm here, and I can click on here, and Jay's going to talk to me, right? And if I'm, we have like an English language program that has voice recognition on there, okay? Offline, okay? So I can be in the Philippines, I can be in a remote island, no internet connectivity, and I'll be, hi, I'd like to order a coffee, please. Ding, okay, good, right? And it will do this. Now, it's a harder burden for us to create it like that, but it means that anybody, anywhere can use that, okay? That's what I need, okay? Question? Anybody? Come on. Jay? You're good?
So Dave,
Devil's advocate, go ahead.
No, not devil's advocate, just I wonder if you could tell us a little bit more. When you say you can go anywhere in the world, what do you take? How does it work? Do you have a suitcase full of headsets or?
You gotta, well, I just happen to have. For your, now the bag, it's an old bag, okay. So, but a bag like this could be enough to get you started, okay. So 4 headsets in there. I'm not selling anything, don't worry. Okay.
So it's a portable solution, right?
Yeah.
In a very light little bag. Great. Okay.
So this is what we're using right now. Okay. So it's an SVR headset. I'll make the little sales pitch. Just sorry, but so it's 4K. All right. USB-C. It's got adjustable lenses. There's 128 gigs of storage on here. So we have hundreds and hundreds of experiences of what to do. So now this is just one idea. So we connect with the content creators from around the world. So social emotional learning from Australia, from France, wild immersion, which you'll find in museums, right? So you're on the savannah in Africa. I mean, beautiful stuff. We have some created in Germany, okay, some content. And we're connecting with other content creators as well, because to me, they don't have a way to sell, because there's this and there's this, but they have no way to get into the Philippines. They have no way to get into Thailand. They have no way to get into, Zimbabwe, right? And there are a lot of places that need things, okay? Need good ways to connect with learning. So something like this would be less than $5,000, okay? It can fit into a school budget, and so for budgeting, usually discretionary budget for schools is less than $5,000 a teacher or a head teacher can do. And so it's very specifically made like this. It doesn't mean that 4 are gonna take care of your whole school, but it's the first step in, and it's designed to be like Legos, okay? So you can keep on building onto this, and they'll all work together. And if you wanted to go to, let's say, do Engage or whatever, and you want to do metaverse, you can still do that, right? So, but you have no expectation that you need internet connectivity.
Great.
You have no connectivity, you use it.
Thank you, Dave. Thanks so much. Thank you, Dave.
Okay. All right, thank you very much.
Very nice. Okay, our next speaker is Paul Rain, founder of Ego AI, with nearly 20 years of experience teaching English and developing ed tech tools. Paul has created award-winning platforms like Abax LMS and Zengengo. Today he'll introduce Ego AI, among other things, the first fully AI-powered 4-skills English learning platform. Paul, welcome. Let's make sure we get your slides up here, so you might have to help me out. If you can point here, I can't see the screen. Yeah, go ahead.
Actually, I think it was minimized from before. It should still be there.
Great, there we go.
Presenter mode. Do we have presenter mode somewhere? Do you know where the presenter mode is on this?
Presenter mode?
So I can see. Thanks. And I have a remote control. Oh. Okay. Thank you. Okay. One, two. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for coming to this presentation and for the organizers for inviting me to speak. My presentation is the only one that is not VR or AR or XR. Mine is AI. It actually runs in a web browser. So we try to be immersive in other ways in terms of the engaging content that we provide, but it's not a VR platform. So today I'm going to talk about Ego AI. It's as was said, it's the world's first fully AI-powered platform for English language learners that covers all 4 skills. And in today's presentation, I'm going to do, first of all, try to debunk some strawman arguments. Then I'm going to cover some basic assumptions about language learning. I know there's some language teachers in the audience, as well as other majors and specialties, but just a kind of primer on what we believe is effective. Then I'm going to cover the 4 core AI technologies in language teaching, and of course the one platform that hopefully brings it all together, which is Ago AI. Oops. So strawman argument number 1, I'm not arguing that AI will replace all human teachers, or robots will replace human teachers. Some people may fear this will happen one day, but I don't think that's a realistic fear right now. And I think AI will be used to supplement and augment human-centered teaching and learning. So it's not here to replace us, it's here to help us to supplement and augment the great work that we're already doing in human-centered face-to-face classrooms around the world. So I want to debunk that one first. I'm not arguing that we need a completely new set of theory to support these new technologies. I think that new theories will emerge and old ones will need updating, but we don't need to throw away the baby with the bathwater. We can preserve the theories that we know work, and they work with AI the same way that they work with human-led language learning. And finally, I don't think that AI, well, at least I'm not arguing that AI will negate the need to learn foreign languages at all. I mean, we can imagine a future with a Douglas Adams-style Babelfish or Star Trek-style universal translation, but I don't think that future is anytime soon, and I don't think we want all of our intercultural communication to be mediated by technology, even if we could do that. So I think that intrinsic and integrative motivation, though, will become more important. So intrinsic motivation is feeling that you want to learn the language for your own purposes. Integrative is moving to another country and living there like a local. So you need to be able to understand and use the language like a local. And those kinds of motivation will become more important. So, going on to basic assumptions about language learning, and I think these are still valid in 2025. Most of these have been around since the early 80s. So they've been around for almost half a century. But they've been proven time and time again to be valid and applicable. By the way, these are all these images are all cartoon versions of the actual professors who came up with these theories. If you're wondering, it's not just some random old people. Okay, this is Stephen Krashen, cartoon version of him. So famously, Krashen proposed the comprehensible input hypothesis. Basically says that language learners must read and listen to a lot of L2. So L1 is your first language, L2 is the language that you're learning. They must read and listen to a lot of L2 slightly above their current level. And that input must be comprehensible. And we can do things as teachers to make it more comprehensible for them. Anything that we can do to make it more comprehensible, like putting captions on a video, for example, or having images along with video, is helpful. But Krashen would argue that all we need is input. But nowadays, I think that most professors and teachers don't think that all you need is input. We also need output. So this is Meryl Swain. She pointed out that output is also important. Learners must speak and write a lot of L2 as well as reading and listening to it. This is called meaningful output. Learners also need feedback on their spoken and written errors and inaccuracies. This is associated with the work of Rod Ellis, writing since, again, the early 80s. And this is helpful for learners to realize how their interlanguage differs from the actual correct form of the language they're trying to learn. Paul Nation, a really friendly and well-known scholar from New Zealand, he points out also that students need to practice what they already know. So we don't want to overwhelm students with too much new content. They need to be given a chance to review what they already learned. And again, Krashen would argue that practice is not learning. It doesn't help. All you need is input. But scholars like Paul Nation have pointed out, no, it does make you a better writer. It does make you a better speaker if you have chance to practice. And I think that correlates with most people's common sense and feeling of what works for them as well. Basic assumption number 5, Mike Long famously proposed that, he talked about the interaction hypothesis, and that learners must have meaningful interactions with other users of the L2 that they're learning. Now, these interactions in the age of AI do not necessarily have to be with other humans. They could be with AI, which can now interact like a human in many situations. So moving on to the core technologies in AI, there are 4, possibly 5, that I think are very relevant to language learning specifically. Text-to-speech, avatars, ASR, automatic speech recognition, machine translation, and generative AI, which is the most recent of those 4 or 5. So here's an example of how we use text-to-speech and avatars in Ego AI. This is an avatar. It's actually based on a real human being, but it's kind of like a deep fake, but it's an AI version of this person. And you can put in a script, and the avatar will read the script. And we also have captions on there, we have an image on there, and all combined together really helps the student to process the information they're being given in the video. And we can break it down, make the script more simple, more difficult, shorter sentences, etc. Make this comprehensible input. Remember Krashen saying we need to have comprehensible input. Automatic speech recognition can be used to give students feedback on their pronunciation. Now, there's different kinds of this. We have a kind called scripted. So the computer knows what the student is trying to say, and it will give them feedback on how well they said it. The other kind is open transcription. The computer doesn't know what they're trying to say, and it does its best to transcribe what they're saying accurately. We actually have both kinds on Ego AI. This is machine translation. Now, most language teachers kind of, machine translation is an annoyance, or it's kind of a way that they fear that students are going to cheat. They're going to go to DeepL or DeepSeek or ChatGPT and write the report in their first language and then have the AI translate it into their second language for them. And that does happen sometimes, but we can use machine translation more constructively. So in this case, for example, we're using it to translate the word turkey. In Japanese, it translates to toroko. Now, of course, turkey is also an animal. Now, traditionally, the computer wouldn't know if we're just looking at that word, whether it's the animal or the country. But now we can use AI to feed in the context of the word, and the AI will give the correct definition according to the context of the word. And that's a new thing that we can do since generative AI became mainstream. We can also use generative AI to create leveled text. Now, graded readers are very important in language learning, again, because they make the input more comprehensible. You can't just tell students at a Cepher A1 or A2 level to go to Wikipedia and read Wikipedia, or go to Google and read, go to the Wall Street Journal, whatever. It's too difficult for their level. It has to be graded. They have to be able to understand the majority of the text, or look up words they don't understand. So we have both. Students can look up words, and also the text is simpler. So here, actually, we're using 2 different word lists. One is called the NGSL, the New General Service List, and one is called the NAWL, the New Academic Word List. And both were developed by Dr. Charles Brown, who's very prominent in Japan, and they cover most of the words in general English usage. The words that are underlined green are words that will come up again and again and again in every text a student encounters, whether spoken or written. The words in red or purple are more rare and probably only useful for this specific topic or this specific text. Here we have an intermediate version of the same article. So again, what we're doing with Ego AI, we have the same topic, the same article, but the grammar, the vocabulary is more sophisticated as you step up the levels. Okay. And finally, we have an advanced level text. So you'll see this is like several level C1, C2, or even higher. So it allows us to cover a greater range of students' levels than we would otherwise be able to do. And this is all generated by AI, by the way. So I asked AI to create a reading passage about coffee culture around the world, and these are the 3 versions of the text it can create for me. So on Ego AI, we have a library of content, and we have, I think, approaching 400 lessons across 3 levels, so about 1,200 lessons in total. And we're able to add between 1 and 2 new lessons per week. Again, something that we wouldn't be able to do in the days before generative AI. It'd be too much work to have to create a new lesson every week in 3 levels, or even more than 1 new lesson per week. And we can keep it topical, we can keep it interesting to students, we can focus on what they're interested in or what's going on in the world. We can cover different topics like culture, science, technology, history. So we can have a really interesting library of content. We can also use generative AI to give localized feedback on their writing and speaking. So when you're thinking about a learner level, beginner level learner of a language, if you tell them that, hey, you should have used an indefinite article here, but you actually used a definite article, that meta-language is, they don't know the terms for the meta-language. They don't know conjunction. They might know verb, adjective, and noun, but they're not going to know much more than that. So we can explain to them in a language, in their own language, what the issues are with their writing or speaking. In this case, the student didn't write very much, by the way, and that's why the score is so low. So we can actually put minimum word limits on this as well to encourage them to write more. And so bringing it to the Ego AI platform, and I think I have time, I'd like to show a short video which shows the platform actually functioning. 1 second. Great, what's happening in the video here. So this is our library of content, and again, there was a solar storm a while back, so I made a lesson about solar storms. Here you can see the avatar talking about solar storm. We have the captions. The captions are now all optional, by the way. They can be turned on or off by the teacher or the student. Follows up with a listening gap fill. Our students will have to write the missing words. It's the same text, by the way. The video and the listening and the reading are all the same text. Paul Nation calls this linked skills. Multiple exposures to the same text improves retention, improves comprehension. Here the student is looking up some words, and the Japanese definition of the word is provided. And they can listen to the pronunciation of the word as well. Here we have some comprehension questions. We actually recently updated this so that there's actually 8 questions for every lesson, and the student only sees 5 of them. And this helps to cut down on sharing answers and cheating with their partners. Here we see the pronunciation activity. We're giving them feedback on accuracy and fluency. You can see that the S there was not pronounced very well, so that was shaded orange. Red is for serious error, green is for okay, and orange is for kind of a minor pronunciation issue. Then we have a review activity. This is just, again, as Paul Nation points out, students need to be given a chance to review what they already know. They encountered these phrases in the reading passage. Now we're giving them a chance to review them again. And here is a writing activity. Students then have to respond to the prompt. And this is where students get actually quite creative. Some people are claiming that AI kills creativity. I've seen some really creative responses to these prompts. So I think that's an argument against that criticism. And student is getting feedback on the writing they submitted. And again, it's in Japanese, so we can see that it's explaining to them in a way they can understand how they can improve and get a better score in the future. And it's across 5 different criteria on the rubric. And this is the section where they talk with AI. And so every conversation starts off the same way. The AI asks the student, what did you learn in this lesson, or what did you know about this topic? And the student can respond to that question. Or hopefully they will respond to that question. And the chatbot is instructed to do several things. One of the things is to keep the student on topic. They can't suddenly branch off into a completely unrelated topic. For example, I love cats. If they try to do so, the AI will say, well, cats are great, yes, but let's focus on solar storms. Okay? So we have to have some guardrails. Another reason why you can't just say to students, okay, study English, go off and use ChatGPT. There are some guardrails, but they're not enough. It's not tightly enough constrained. So for English language learning purposes, we need to have little tighter guardrails. And if the student uses Japanese, the system will actually understand what they're saying, but it won't entertain them in Japanese. It won't respond in Japanese. So again, it's been trained to, instructed to only let the students speak English, or encourage them to speak English. And finally, you can see here the student made a mistake. The AI is instructed to gently and generously correct these mistakes without destroying the flow of the conversation. And here at the end, student can get feedback again on their conversation according to the same 5 criteria that we use for the writing. Okay. Oops. All right. Okay, that's my presentation. Thank you very much. If you have questions, comments, or would like to do a pilot or a trial at your school or your university, please contact me, paul@ago.ai or ago.ai/contact form. Thank you very much. So any questions?
Yeah, let's have some questions.
What sort of course is this designed for? It may grow and evolve in time, but its current form, for example, if it's university, what sort of teacher, what sort of students would be using it?
So we're trying to cover as many bases as we can. So all levels and all areas of content. I see this, as I said at the beginning of the presentation, supplementary and to augment what teachers are already doing. Some teachers are actually replacing their textbook with this. So they have no textbook, and they're using Ago AI in the class and also outside the class. In my situation at Ritsumeikan, we have a coordinated curriculum. We have to use certain textbooks, and students use this as well as the textbook. It's just, one research says that students need to spend 2,500 hours engaging with English to have a chance of reaching those upper levels of competence. And at the moment, what students in Japan do falls below, as you know probably, falls way below the 2,500 hours by the time they get to graduating from university. So this tries to plug the gap in exposure to comprehensible input and opportunity to create meaningful output. So I think I answered the question as much as we can, as broad as possible. Yeah, and it's kind of like I see it as like an Economist or like a National Geographic type of magazine thing. You can pick and choose topics that are interesting to you. I tell my students, don't study lessons that are boring. Or you can watch the video. If it's not interesting to you, go to a different lesson. So I'm trying to encourage autonomy and increase motivation and allow students a choice about what they're studying on the platform. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Thank you. Really good question. So the emergence of global Englishes, like it's probably it's wrong to say that students must talk like an American or must talk like a British person if they want to be understood. In fact, talking like a British person can make you less comprehensible if you take it to the extreme. You know, so I think the goal should be intelligibility. Can you make yourself understood? And that's a two-way thing. Like the person listening is also responsible for ensuring intelligibility, not just the speaker or the writer. So it's a collaboration. I think with ChatGPT, so with our pronunciation feedback, it's either British English or American English, because those are the feedback systems that the model has been trained on. With our discuss activity, it's global English for pronunciation. So they trained the model on Englishes for all different countries, all different speakers of English, so, non-native speakers of English. For the grammar, I think it's based on standard grammar that you would find in the Oxford Dictionary or the, Raymond Murphy books, things like that. It's based on standard grammar. So if you're speaking non-standard English varieties, it might gently correct you and say, you might try saying it this way. Yeah. Not to diminish your own version of English to the extent that it's intelligible, which I think is the target for everyone. Yeah.
Great. Oh, one more? Do we have one more? All right. Thank you so much, Paul.
Thank you very much.
Okay, our next speaker, please join me in welcoming Pat B. Bongsasil, an archaeologist at Chulalongkorn University's Fine Arts Department. Pat is pioneering the use of VR to preserve and communicate Thailand's rich cultural heritage. Her work on Wat Arun shows how immersive technology can bring historical landmarks to life for learners and future generations. Welcome, Pat. Do we get your slides here set up? Go ahead and maybe grab them if you...
This one.
Presenter mode. Yeah. Okay, there you go. And here's the clicker if you...
Thank you. Thank you.
Or you can stand there.
Hello, everyone. Yep. My name is Patharawan Pongsin or Pat. I'm an archaeologist at Division of Archaeology Fine Arts Department, Ministry of Culture, Thailand. And I'm very glad to see you here, and thank you very much for the very impressive Learning Lab Symposium too for having me today. My presentation title is Transferring Idealistic to Realistic Universe of Wat Arun Virtual Reality. The significance of this presentation is a bridge connecting cultural heritage and immersive technologies to illustrate the complicated and hidden meanings of the idealistic cosmology of the iconic principal pagoda of Wat Arun and communicate those simplified heritage meanings cross over the limitations in the real world while using virtual reality media. Today, Today, I will talk about the research background of this project and aspect of Wat Arun or Temple of Dawn that relate to definition of its meaning and values, how to communicate its heritage to the audience and transfer its idealism to the virtual reality. The original ideas of this project came from my PhD thesis titling Religious Heritage of Bangkok, use and survival in urban contexts, resulted that different groups of audience define different meanings of religion heritage by their understandings and use. While most of those religion heritage sites lack of providing information for their heritage to the audience. Based on this parallel research result, this project titled Creating Virtual Reality Technology to Enhance the Sustainability Values of Tourism and Cultural Heritage of Wat Arun as a cultural heritage site is a collaboration among Thai Studies Institute and Faculty of Engineering from Chulalongkorn University and Division of Archaeology Fine Arts Department, funded by National Research Council of Thailand. Its key objectives are interpretation of the complicated idealistic cosmology of Wat Arun's principle pagoda and its related components and narratives designed to simplify history and symbolic systems that appear on its architectures and sculptures while using VR media for new experience and enjoyabilities for the audience. For case of Wat Arun, there are various values, including a leading attraction, symbol of Thailand, the city sacred site, national cultural heritage site, the monastery of King Taksin, the ranging monastery of King Rama II, and the first-class royal monastery of Thailand. Mostly the local people thought that Wat Arun is a very important sacred site and symbol of the nation, while international tourists recognize it as a significant attraction of Thailand. However, a very few numbers of those audience knew, respect, and protect its original religions and cultural heritage meaning and values. As the main objective to communicate heritage of Wat Arun to all groups of audience via VR application, there were 3 operational methods, including selection, interpretation, and presentation. We scoped the area of study and selected buildings and elements that reflect heritage significance of Wat Arun. In the interpretation process combined analysis of those selected heritage, simplify its complicated meanings and design narratives or storytelling of the heritage site. The process of presentation combines with 3D scan of heritage fabrics and developed 3D models for VR games application. Details and techniques of this section will be presented by my colleagues Punsap in this noon and also Pruk, a co-researcher of this project. The selected area was the oldest complex of Wat Arun that constructed since Ayutthaya period, including Phra Prang or the principal pagoda and 2 previous chapels and ceremony halls called Bot Noi and Vihan Noi. The selected elements were selected most 2 significant elements from each selected buildings. The second process was scanning and the selected area buildings and elements. Drone was used for scanning the high pagoda and plan of the monastery. The 3D scanner were used for scanning outside and inside of the selected buildings and sculptures inside those buildings. The third process was construction of 3D models for reducing resolution and some details of the original scanning files. In interpretation process, I analyzed and simplified the historical and religion idealistic for the making storytelling to be script of the VR game. The original meanings of the principal pagoda is an Meru Mount, the universe center of in Buddhism, which surrounded by 4 continents. This universe plan was drawn and described in historical archives that's quite difficult to understand for ordinary people and tourists. The architectural elements of the principal pagoda present symbolic system of the heaven in Buddhist belief and a mixture of Hinduism from Ramayana epic, including the semi-human in mythical forest, 6 tiers of Buddhist heaven, symbols of Hindu gods, and symbol of Buddhist Dharma, and the Lord Buddha on the top of the pagoda. The whole universe is open on another fish. These drawings compare between the idealistic universe and in Buddhism and the architectural elements of the principal pagoda of Wat Arun. This project transferred the idealistic universe to realistic universe on VR media for communicating knowledge and heritage meaning to all audience in the form of game application. This is an example of the VR game that the mission is using drone to scan the pagoda for making a complete model of idealistic universe. This VR media can make impossibility in the real world to be possible in virtual reality world, such as the imagine of the heaven tiers and crossing up elements such as the golden crown, the symbol of the Buddha on the top spire of the pagoda, and Indra god riding on the 3-headed elephant. The middle part of the pagoda is a symbol of Tawatingsa heaven, where the place of Indra god, the king of heaven in Buddhism. He also is the guardian of Buddhism. The city of Bangkok, the capital city of Thailand, was established as a symbol of this heaven. So this pagoda is directly related to Bangkok as the city sacred site. Furthermore, the heaven of Indra is placed of an important idealistic pagoda called Julamani, which contains hair and lilies of the Buddha. At the feet of Meru Mount, there are placed of the 4 guardians deities in each direction, like this. Yeah. Inside the ceremony hall in front of the pagoda, there is Julamani Pagoda surrounded by the 4 guardian deities. The VR game of this area is about reconstruction of architectural elements. A VR player has to return the components of the idealistic universe back to the right position, such as the correct directions of the 4 guardians deities with clues that describe information of the heritage narrative. Shift to the principal pagoda again. There are 4 sets of sculpture presenting 4 scenes of the Buddha's life within the 4 pavilions, which the architectural position means to the 4 continents. On the other hand, pilgrims to those 4 holy places is a merit making in Buddhist belief, like as the visit the Buddha. The VR game has been designed for participation of or interact with the audience in those events by doing mission during the game to run the scenes. The North Pavilion presents the scene of Buddha's birth, that his mother gave birth under the tree and he walked for 7 steps. The Eastern Pavilion presents the scene of the Buddha's enlightenment and enjoying meditation after the enlightenment. When the prayer completes the mission, the posture of the Buddha images will be shifted from victory to meditation postures. The Southern Pavilion presents the scene of the Buddhas giving the first sermon to the 5 hermits that begins Buddhism like as starting a role of view in the world, and the hermits were the first Buddhist monks. When the prayer completes the mission, the roaring view will be appear and their course of will be shifted to be the monk robe. For the Western Pavilion present a scene of the Buddha's Nirvana or death of the Buddha from the human form and non-rebirth. In these events, the disciple monks came from across the country for the last visit to the Buddha under the cover of trees. The sculpture within the pavilion has a space limitation, but in the VR world can be extend the space and other details of the scene. In conclusion, this VR project can make more understanding about heritage meanings of Wat Arun for all groups of audience and further support protection of the cultural heritage site. The VR media and materials can be developed for value-adding cultural heritage resources in various ways, such as a new experience of cultural tourism, further research, and metaverse. This VR project is a bridge between heritage and technology that can be developed in the future soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pat. Questions? I have one. You may be familiar, or a question or a comment, but you might be familiar with it. But there is, thank you for your interesting presentation. It made me think about some other projects I had heard of similar to this. Kyoto University Center for Southeast Asian Studies has a project. Have you heard about it? Yeah, so they're doing volumetric, they use drones and volumetric capture in Sri Lanka, Vietnam, Thailand, Indonesia to capture historic and heritage religious sites. So anyway, my wife works there, so I'd be happy to introduce you to them later if you want.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments? Do we have any archaeologists in the room other than our speaker? There we go, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just curious on the development process, because you shared the development process of the metaverse. How long and how long is the process of the development?
Process of making the VR application is about more than 15 months. Yeah, the project is about 15 months, but we extend. Now it's almost 2 years already.
Yeah. And you have a couple of designers, programmers?
Yeah, and improve the application after try by the user comments also. Yeah. Yep. Could I ask Prik and Punsap for access the application? Yes.
Yes, we have a website.
we have two ways to access. The first, you can access to the web application. We have the website www.mangosgo. It's our metaverse platform from Chulalongkorn University, Thailand. In here, you have the worlds of the Wat Arun. You can access this. Another way, you come to Chulalongkorn University, we have in VR version. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. That's all the time we have. Thank you very much. Our next speaker I'm just going to clear this out here. Yeah, we'll get. There you go.
Can I stay here?
Yeah, go ahead. I'll step over here. You go ahead and get set up. We're going to have a little equipment change here for a moment. Our next speaker, Liam Iñaki Gilamak, is a student from the University of the Philippines, Cebu. Liam is working on, am I saying this correctly, HEAR or HEAR, or how do you? Here, okay, HEAR or HEAR, an innovative AR-based project designed to support Filipino sign language education. His work demonstrates how young innovators are using immersive tools to expand access and equity in language learning. And I'm going to give you a microphone.
Thank you. I can see it.
Just a moment, let's get that. You got it. Okay.
There.
Okay. You're all set?
Wait a minute. I'm just gonna adjust this. Gusto ko na kunin siya wag na stock there yung cursor. Okay. Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay.
Good day, everyone. Perhaps most of you didn't understand what I just did. Perhaps for those who see it, who didn't see it, I did. What I did was actually the sign language for hi and then how are you. Sign language follows a different syntax. So instead of how are you, it will be you, how. So can I invite all of you to follow me? So let's do hi first. Hi, hi. And then for how are you or you how, you, and then how. Okay, very good. Thank you for participating. So again, good day everyone. I am Liam Iñaki Gilamak. I am an undergrad computer science student from the University of the Philippines, Cebu. I'm going to talk about my project here, which is part of my course requirement. I am currently advised by Sir Rob right there, and I hope he will give me a passing grade so I can graduate on July. Sir. So, a little background about sign language. Sign language is the way the non-hearing communicate with fellow non-hearing and the hearing. The main difference from the spoken language is that instead of sound that we use, it involves the use of body movements, so the hands, arms, and even facial expressions. So in the Philippines, the recognized national sign language is Filipino Sign Language. So I know most of us are not aware or don't know how to do sign language. Does anybody here knows how to do sign language? So I'm seeing no. So even me, I still don't know how to do sign language. Me doing this project is mainly rooted from my interest in learning sign language and wanting to spread that interest with all of you. the deaf's inability to hear has really placed them at a disadvantage in society. The fact that majority, including some of the deafs themselves, does not know how to sign makes everyday communication really challenging for them. So there is also discrimination and bias. They are being held limited, and I felt that as a computer science student and as an scholar ng bayan at that, to at least reduce that barrier in communication through technological solutions. So you might ask, why do we need to learn sign language? Couldn't we just create a system that could, translate the sign language to sounds or text, or vice versa, or the spoken language to sign language? So, and I understand that it is efficient because one does not need to devote their time in learning sign language. So there have been current solutions like this, and it has even placed the deaf at more disadvantage. I've talked with our keynote speaker, Miss Shannon, last Saturday. She's there. She shared about how even the parents of the deaf themselves, of the deaf children, don't try to learn sign language, and this affects the child's development in the long run. So some current solutions include these gloves that could translate hand signs to speech. But wouldn't it be inconvenient for the deaf to wear gloves? So it is also designed to cater the hearing and not the other way around. So how can the deaf understand what the hearing are saying? So there's that limitation with current solutions right now. And according to the deaf communities, the best way to communicate with them is still by learning sign language. Again, I was able to talk to Dr. Shannon, and she shared the same sentiment that the best way to communicate with them is by learning sign language. Mr. Paul also earlier explained how we need to learn another language, so maybe this will be the language that we will be learning. So the focus of my study is to enhance Filipino sign language learning. It is not really a replacement to actual sign language teaching. I'd argue that the best way to learn sign language is still actual learning with actual teachers and interacting with the deaf themselves. So my project is a supplement to actual teaching. So especially at large audience where it may be difficult to teach a lot of people and manage them. So I understand also that not everybody could commit their time to go to the deaf communities and engage with them. So I aim for this project to be a better alternative to the current alternatives we have. So our current alternatives includes books and videos to learn sign language. However, there are also limitations to this. For one, books and videos are only limited to 2D space. So it might not fully show angles for accurate sign execution. Books are also just static and not interactive. So whereas for videos, when you watch videos and you might want to go next or go back, you might have to press rewind or skip. So there's that specific, which this may interrupt learning. And also typically the teacher is usually facing front, so there is that mental effort to flip the instructor's actions. So with this idea in mind, my approach actually imitates natural motion learning. So during actual motion learning, it usually involves a teacher and then a learner following. Say when learning how to dance, so there's the teacher and the learner following the instructor. And sometimes we actually use mirrors so we can check if what we are doing is right. So I thought about how to do this in my project. I thought about what if we can combine all these elements, the teacher, the mirror, and you as a learner into one system. So I present to you here, I thought about this name because although the deaf cannot hear, by learning how to sign, we enable communication. And by enabling communication, we allow the deaf to hear and be heard. So you can actually open the web app using this QR. Although I would suggest using your laptop and type out this link. Can I ask if the QR works? Yeah, it works. Okay, so I had also thought about using VR, but I had to be practical because if I want this to be more accessible, I have to use one that does not cost much and one that the majority currently have, and these are phones and PCs. So there's that. So from here, we can access the lessons, and currently I still have 3. And when we open a lesson, we can see a list of the signs. And then when you click a sign, you can actually rotate or zoom just so you can see it in 3D space, something like that. And you can actually do that on if you've opened my app. So there's that, and the augmented reality part comes when you click practice. I'm sorry you have to see me in a bigger version, but here you see the visual guide superimposed, which you will just follow. So if you're using it right now, just make sure that your upper body can be seen, and it should be placed at a certain distance. So there are different types of signs. So this is the static one. It does not have any animation. And then there is also the animated one, which you can play. So here's letter J. If you see it in the here, so you press the play button, so it will play, something like that. So you just need to follow the instruction that is shown there. So you can actually also change the speed of the animation. So because at sometimes we need to take it slow, so there's that as well. Then I had these. And then the final type is the multi-step animated ones. So this is the one I've taught you earlier, the how are you. So if you can see in this part, there's a carousel in the bottom. And if you are familiar with Instagram filters or Snapchat filters, I've taken inspiration with that to use it somewhat like steps for the guide. So again, for example, this you how or how are you, it involves 2 steps. So the first one, if we play, so each of the circles again represents a step, and it defaults to continuously loop, something like that. So, but if you want to focus on a specific step, you could actually do this by pressing this button, lock button below. So it would focus on that specific step, so you can focus right there. So you can change to either continuously loop all the steps or just focus on one step. So I've also added another feature just to change the material type, because there's transparent one and there's also the solid one. So it just depends on your preference. So, but again, if you can see, there are some limitations with the app. Before that, Mr. Paul earlier said how important feedback is, and currently my app does not have any feedback yet. But I will show you here that although I haven't applied it yet, it is actually possible. Here is an example from a Snapchat filter. It can actually track what gesture you are making. So you can actually test that if you have opened my app. There's that can check if you are doing the actual hand sign. So these are the current limitations. I understand that there is still a long way to go for this project, and I have identified several feature directions to enhance its effectiveness and engagement, and this include what I've said earlier, the feedback mechanism. So it could provide real-time feedback if what you are doing is right or wrong. So it could help you correct or improve your gestures. There's also these text-to-sign features, so it allows users to input text and view the corresponding sign translations for a more personalized learning. And there is also, if there might be a feature of like quiz-based learning, so it could reinforce knowledge through interactive quizzes that could test your user understanding and retention of signs. Uh, uh, Lastly, the gamification and retention features. I think somehow this was, the gamification part was partly shown by by Prof in her, in her VR app. And we could actually implement or something like this, something like the badges or progress tracking or streaks, for example, the one in our TikTok. So just to motivate the usage and to build long-term learning habits for the users. So again, there is still a lot way to go for this project, and I also plan to meet with the deaf communities themselves to understand how I can make this better. While there are current limitations, I do believe in its potential to make sign language learning more accessible and effective. And yeah, I hope you do too. Again, I'm Liam Iñaki Giliamak from UP Cebu, and thank you for listening.
Questions, please.
Thank you very much, sir.
I see you're using the snap camera.
Yes, sir.
How are you feeling about that so far? For example, some of our students here at the university were using snap camera, but for the most part, it's been sunset for a lot of, especially for the older PC apps. Are you feeling like it's a platform that you're comfortable building upon and moving with the future, or do you think
Currently, sorry. Okay. Currently, I've used Snapchat Camera Kit because it was convenient at the time. I understand that it could be not, it won't be, it might not be good in the long run, but I use the feature only for the body tracking, so maybe I can transition from the Snapchat Camera Kit to other in case there are problems. But so far, I haven't encountered one, so I'm currently comfortable with it. Thank you. Hi, Frog.
I was just wondering, because the Filipino sign language, like, with American sign language, it's not signed exact English. So do you talk about, like, or does the app help to teach, if it is the same, like, the differences in the language structure and things like that?
Filipino Sign Language is actually somewhat similar to American Sign Language. For now, I haven't discussed its difference with different types of sign language, but it could be nice to add as a feature. It could be nice to add in the application.
I was just thinking, because where you said the text to sign, you know, like what the signs that I would do in ASL for I'm going to go to the store wouldn't be an individual sign for each word, it would be an overall concept. So I just didn't know if Filipino sign language was the same way in their structure of the language.
I didn't quite catch that, Miss.
Like, is Filipino sign language, is it basically signing exactly what you're saying, or do you know if it's more of a concept of what is being said?
I'm not sure about that, but I think as I've said earlier that there are differences with the ASL and the FSL, so I might need to look into that.
I wasn't sure. I'm not trying to put you on the spot right now.
Sure.
So I didn't know if the language structure was any different.
Right, thank you so much. Thank you very much. So I think it was Paul, you mentioned that many people are afraid of AI replacing teachers. Bobby, I think we have to be more afraid of our students replacing teachers. Thank you very much, that was excellent.
Thank you.
So that's my question is. All right, thank you. Our next speaker, our final speaker is Angus McGregor, Associate Professor in the Department of Global Studies here at Kyoto University of Foreign Studies. Angus has over 30 years of experience in international education and diplomacy. His recent work uses WebVR to enhance Model United Nations simulations, helping students step into the roles of global leaders in immersive experiential environments. We good to go? All right. Thank you, Angus.
Are we there? Let's see. No. There we are. Thank you, Jay. Hello, everybody. The last session before lunch. Is there a better position to be in? I think the last 3 presentations I've given, either in Japan or the United States, have either been before lunch or immediately following lunch. So anyway, I'm very happy to be here. As Jay said, I work here in the Department of Global Studies. Most of the classes I teach revolve around United Nations education, and specifically classes related to the Model United Nations. Are people here familiar with Model United Nations? A few people are. See if we got this right. Yes. Model United Nations have been around over 80 years. The United Nations this year is 80 years old. It was created in 1945. And it is role-play simulation, gaming, where students take on the role as an international diplomat to the United Nations. Through research, learning about their country, learning about the agenda, they then come together in these meetings to role-play and simulate the actual proceedings of a United Nations meeting, to try and come to some type of consensus on how to resolve international issues. I've been involved, first I did one back in 1976 as a student, right, when I was a junior high school student, and that just became part of things I did in university, and then when I started teaching high school and then university here in Japan, it became something I introduced to the education system here in Japan. So you're simulating a real United Nations meeting, be it real diplomats on the right, international students who come together. This week just culminated one of the largest Model United Nations conferences in the world in New York, where they actually use the actual General Assembly's chambers to simulate, and that's what that is a picture of. Here at Kyoto University of Foreign Studies, we host the Japan University English Model United Nations, which brings together over 200 students from around Japan, Canada, the United States, and Germany for a 3-day all-English conference. And I also teach classes to first-year students, as well as some elective classes. It's it can be very stressful for students. The Model United Nations are quite competitive, where you're being constantly observed and kind of somewhat you can be assessed on your performance. We try to build a little bit more of a consensus-style Model United Nations approach here in Japan, where we're trying to take away the competitive element of it and build more of a cooperative, collaborative, and consensus-style approach. During COVID, a lot of this just, as we all know, kind of fell by the wayside, and it became an 8-hour Zoom meeting that went on for maybe 3, maybe 4 days. And I was on campus checking my mailbox. I ran into Eric, and something that Liam, I think you just alluded to, which was trying to come up with a better alternative. Zoom was a great alternative at the time. It's what we knew. But Eric and I sat down and asked the what if question. What if we could create a little bit more of a similar experience for students in VR? So Eric, with his technical experience, mine with my content experience, we put together a digital twin of the United Nations Security Council that looks something like this. So by creating a digital twin, and Eric was able to, he's going to talk about the technical aspect of this a little bit later, we were able to bring a small group of students, one who is here today, Junpei. Here he is right there. He's a graduate of the university. He was part of the first cohort of students to join this research project. And we did phase 1. We're in phase 3 now. Phase 1 was in 2022. Brought 7 students together remotely with just their PCs. We didn't have any headsets at the time. They were alone in their apartments. And they were all experienced MUNers. And I produced the research sheets, the briefing sheets, and the crisis scenario that they were to follow to come together. And it was the United States withdrawal from Afghanistan in 2021. We were going to simulate the United Nations Security Council, which is a group of 15 member states. So it would be a little bit too difficult to kind of recreate in VR at that time a situation where we could bring together 193 member states together in virtual reality. But we ran 3 UNSC sessions over 3 weeks. Students took on the roles of the permanent members of the Security Council, China, the UK, the US, Russia, and France. And then we brought in 2 special observers, the former Afghanistan government representative and a representative from the United Nations aid mission to Afghanistan. Students were given role sheets a week to prepare. And the crisis scenario, as I said, which had just happened when the United States withdrew its military support from Afghanistan. This is what it looked like at first. I think.
China is concerned on how can we all work together and be able to help Afghanistan and the Taliban. China supports all statements that call on the Taliban to follow international governing standards and respect the rights of all citizens, including women and girls.
The floor is now open.
President?
Yes, United Kingdom.
Thank you, President. The United Kingdom is in favor of the idea of the United States of having the Security Council in multilateral conversations. Do we have to build the camps in their neighboring countries and not in our countries? That was because we were concerning about the traveling distance between Afghanistan.
Sorry to interrupt. China, I was asking to talk to France. So.
Oh, why France?
Ciao.
So we were concerning about the long travel distance between our countries and Afghanistan. So we thought it'd be very easier and quicker and has less cultural differences to travel to the neighboring countries of Afghanistan.
It's just a quick introduction to what it looked like at first. And the idea is it mimics what goes on in a real United Nations meeting somewhat, as well as a model United Nations, in that you have formal chambers for you to speak, sitting there at the circular desk, addressing your colleagues with very formal language, and giving speeches and opinions, sometimes some Q&A. And then they could move into some private spaces that Eric created that that were not publicly broadcast within the VR environment, where you could have more private, more informal negotiations. Phase 2 we brought out in 2024 was using the lab that some of you will be able to come over and see afterwards if you haven't already. 12 students in the Myco lab using PCs, VR headsets, as well as the 180-degree screen. Combination of experienced MUNers as well as first time. Some of the students had actually participated in phase 1 of this project. And all of the briefing sheets and the background reports were produced by AI. I produced one and then asked AI to produce all the others based on the model and somewhat of a similar content approach that I had done. The same crisis scenario, and we also ran 3 United Nations Security Council scenarios over those 3 weeks. And this is what it looked like in the lab, where we had students using 3 different types of equipment, but interacting and engaging with each other in the same environment with the headsets, the PC, and as well as the 180-degree screen. And this is what that looked like.
The main room. So So Indonesia said that it agrees with freezing Afghanistan's government international assets, but let's remind that Taliban is in control right now. So if we try to freeze Afghanistan's assets, Taliban might not see this as a good thing. So I mean, I think it will bring
Taliban's international assets. I presume that's the fund that they would need to get the money for them to build infrastructure to buy certain necessities, such as, I guess, food, medical equipment, or what else. In that situation, I believe that we should be the ones who would provide that in a way.
Because of the obvious territory that we share. So in respect of what South Africa's concerns are, I would like to also say our own personal safety, the nation's safety is also a big key idea on which we decide for a bilateral sort of approach compared to a multilateral one. So personal security is
Phase 2 was quite challenging because of these 3 different types of interfacing with the technology, especially with the headsets. 90 minutes in a session created a little bit of the headset fatigue, I think, that many of you are familiar with. And of course, things that were brought up today in the plenary talk about just technical difficulties that happen, that arise, where the PC and the 180-degree screen interface proved a little bit more user-friendly. Phase 3 started last week. We were able to convince, through the help of Jay, when he was department head at that time here at the university, to put this into the new curriculum that went into effect today. So I have a class, 14 sessions, 100 minutes each session. We're going to do a combination of face-to-face and VR simulations with 3 different crisis scenarios related to the United Nations in 2021, and do somewhat of a comparison study with the students and getting their feedback. And that just started last week. So we're doing our first simulation this Wednesday. Eric, technical aspect of this project.
Thanks, Angus. It's been wonderful partnering with Professor McGregor on this particular thing. It's because we can see this technology as it's deployed and find some value in it. That's something that already has great value to students, and that is getting some real world experience in negotiation, world politics, and being able just to integrate and understand different perspectives and have empathy for other people around the world. And so having that great partnership with Angus and being able to see what and if VR and other immersive technologies might provide extra value into that has really been eye-opening moving forward. So we built a digital twin of the Security Council chamber that was in Maya, and we pulled that into a web VR platform called Frame VR. Frame VR has been one of our favorite platforms because it is very accessible. So you saw there that there's multimodal. That was one of the things that we really wanted to look at with this last phase of this study is how do you get people integrating or collaborating with persons in a headset, people that are physically in a space, and people that are on a phone or perhaps a PC, and how are they going to integrate and collaborate in all those different mixed modes. And web VR is accessible because it's on the open web, and you can access those environments on almost any platform. So it's perfect for us. And so you might have noticed the environment looked a little 1980s style. That's on purpose because we want to make that accessibility as good as possible so it renders and it's viewable and accessible by, for example, older phones. Right? So the whole thing about it is we want, so you can see sort of like where this is heading into the future. So the dream is, hopefully, sometime in the future where it's become semi-seamless, where you have the face-to-face affordances of people integrating, talking, trying to build these relationships, that all this MUN simulations can give you, right? They can help people with trying to negotiate and understand other cultures and empathize with them, but not everybody can be in the same place at the same time, and hopefully sometime in the future where we can have some place in the Future Hub, we invite you to come and check out later this afternoon, where you can have people in headsets being represented as avatars, perhaps even in the future as a hologram walking around you in a mixed mode setting, and how we can facilitate the interactions between people in VR, in real time, and also on screens. So that is what we were looking at in this last study. A lot of interesting things came about it. Constructing the digital twin, just looking at some architectural drawings and building that up, even taking things like the wallpaper and things like that. We had to change it a little bit because VR gives you some affordances that perhaps you can't do in Zoom, like, for example, well, you want to simulate things that you can do in real life as well. So we had, instead of breakout rooms, we constructed these extra rooms that were kind of cut off from the rest of them. So you actually had to physically get up as an avatar and walk to the next room, and you can say, hey, China, I got to talk to you, or, you know, we have something discussed between these three countries, and they had to walk physically, and you got to watch the avatars kind of walk away from you, knowing that they were going to discuss something behind closed doors. And the audio and things that went into that are changed the design, not necessarily as a digital twin, but hopefully helped to facilitate the activity of simulating these environments. Right, so at the end it kind of looked like that. But, if you guys want to, you can step into the VR environment as well. Hopefully this works still. I haven't tested it in a while, but you can try it. And if it doesn't work right now, I can we have it at the lab later on. I recently migrated servers, and I haven't tested it since then, so fingers crossed. Frame VR/Security Council should work as well. Did it happen to work for you? Great. So you can step in and walk around the environment in that setting. So you can flick around, walk around the environment in your phone as well, and walk around the environment. And I think we're going to watch a video now. No? We did the videos already. So just one more thing to mention. So in the last setting, we had it in the lab, and we actually had a big 180-degree dome projection map theater to show and give a VR simulation without using VR headsets. And so we had a group of students in front of that screen, and their avatars are walking across as if you're in the room with them, and they're on camera and talking with each other. And we had some people in VR headsets in one area of the room. But the logistics of this were very interesting, because let's say China wanted to talk to France. France is a person in the room physically, VR is in a headset, and they also want to talk with somebody else that's on their phone. They had to get up and go to a virtual room. The people in the room, we had to make a separate physical room for them, so they walked up and went into the physical room that was represented in the virtual space. And so this kind of represents the melding that we're moving towards the future, where everything digital and real is starting to blend and meld together in different ways. And so this kind of exemplifies that. And so when you start to think about the future of learning spaces, you not only have to think about facilitating the people in the room, but also how that's going to integrate into your virtual environments and mixed reality environments moving to the future. And so those are some of the things we're experimenting with these iterations of this particular project. Is that enough for now? Great.
So a few things just to sum up. Paul alluded to quite a few researchers, from Krashen to Nation to Swain, and I believe. And Model United Nations hits on all of those topics, and that's part of a lot of Model United Nations research, input and output, stretching, being able to go beyond their comprehension level just a little bit to keep them kind of like a rubber band. You stretch it a little bit more to kind of lengthen their comprehension. One thing that's been tough with Model United Nations when you have these large conferences of 200 plus students is assessment, or being able to provide some really meaningful feedback to how they performed or how they engaged in the actual conference. With this virtual reality, we're able to record the rooms. And so the professor can actually, or the teacher can actually review recordings, sit down with students and kind of go over some things. So repetition becomes something that is very important, not necessarily for assessing the grade aspect, but trying to improve, trying to develop, and trying to grow. So a lot of researchers are also looking into how, in a model United Nations, where you bring together EFL learners, ESL learners, as well as native English speakers. Most of these conferences are held in English. There is somewhat of an English imperialistic attitude, and English can be used as a weapon in a debate, where a native speaker can be a little bit more equipped to negotiate because of their linguistic capabilities. So helping also native speakers in this environment learn a little bit more about how to communicate using global English and to be a little more effective in trying to build a cooperative approach towards consensus building. So I see this as being something that has a lot of potential to become a model UN in a box simulation, something similar to what Dan was talking about here, where we could put it in a bag, maybe, with content, with equipment, with the technology, and it can be used in a very borderless type of world. So thank you very much. Any questions does anyone have for me or for Eric regarding the content or the technical aspect of this project? You on the spot, how was it? No, very good question, and that's a good point. I think that was one of the drawbacks to using this equipment, is there was none of this facial interaction going on with each other, and that's so much a big part of negotiating and safe facing. So some of that has to do with the technology and using Frame VR as well, I believe, and making it accessible to all, so keeping it somewhat low bandwidth. But that is something to look into further as far as the research goes, and how that we can, employ the use of facial recognition. But also, well, Junpei, you have your hand up. You want to say something about that?
I want to add, it's because yes, there's no facial expression, or we don't see any expressions that we can understand if they agree or not. So what we have actually complemented it with emoji. As I've remembered, we also added emoji if we're angry, or if we love it, or if we raise our hands. So we added those, and then we can also understand by the tone of the voice, actually. So that's also how we understand each other when using the Frame VR.
It's been really eye-opening to see the different modes in between VR and people in the room.
Well, that was a great question. Thank you so much. So thank you to Angus and to Eric. Thank you to all of our incredible presenters in session 2. We have just experienced, what we've just experienced is a rich tapestry of immersive learning in action, from classrooms to cultural sites, from diplomacy to accessibility. Each of these talks challenges us to think about how we design with purpose, placing people, equity, and connection at the center of our digital futures. So, as we head into the networking break, I encourage you to continue these conversations, find the intersections, build new collaborations, and reflect on how your own work might benefit from or contribute to the inspiring initiatives we've seen today. And before we send you off, I would like to ask all of the speakers to come up, both for a photo together, and also we have one of our co-hosts and partners from the Philippines, OPOU, has kindly brought some gifts for our speakers. So we can give them the gifts and take some photos. So if the speakers could come up here. Yeah, you want to put a good, appropriate background? Thanks, Sarah. No, we're connected. Yeah, it's connected.
Oh. Direct. Okay.
Just a moment.
Presentation. Mirroring. Yes.
distant shores to nearby streets, in every heart a spark. Emerging tech and partnerships, World Learning Labs. High in the Andes, a classroom under stars. Kids programming drones, learning Mars from afar. Their laughter rings over mountains as codes create new flights. In labs that open worlds on the coldest, clearest nights. World Learning Labs. World Learning Labs. Down by the Nile, history whispers through the reeds. Students in VR headsets explore where pharaohs lead. Past and future mingle as pyramids go digital. In labs that make the old new and the mythical practical. World Learning Labs, immersive stories told. Hands-on discoveries where young minds mold. From distant shores to nearby streets, in every heart a spark. Emerging tech and partnerships, World Learning Labs. World Learning Labs. World Learning Labs. Down by the Nile, history whispers through the reeds. Students in VR headsets explore where pharaohs lead. Past and future mingle as pyramids go digital. In labs that make the old and new and the mythical practical. World Learning Labs. World Learning Labs. In a quiet corner of Kyoto where cherry blossoms sway, a lab lights up with learners where technology meets play. From screen to real world projects, they bridge the oldest gaps, connecting threads of knowledge on global learning maps. World Learning Labs, immersive stories told. Hands-on discoveries where young minds mold. From distant shores to nearby streets, in every heart a spark. Emerging tech and partnerships, World Learning Labs. High in the Andes, a classroom under stars. Kids programming drones, learning Mars from afar. Their laughter rings over mountains as codes create new flights. In labs that open worlds on the coldest, clearest nights. World Learning Labs. World Learning Labs. by the Nile, history whispers through the reeds. Students in VR headsets explore where pharaohs lead. Past and future mingle as pyramids go digital. In labs that make the old new and the mythical practical. World learning labs, immersive stories told. Hands-on discoveries, where young minds mold. From distant shores to nearby streets, in every heart a spark. Emerging tech and partnerships, world learning labs. World learning labs. World learning labs. Down by the Nile, history whispers through the reeds. Students in VR headsets explore where pharaohs lead. Past and future mingle as pyramids go digital. In labs that make the old and new and the mythical practical. World learning labs. World learning labs. In a quiet corner of Kyoto where cherry blossoms sway, a lab lights up with learners where technology meets play. From screen to real world projects, they bridge the oldest gaps, connecting threads of knowledge on global learning maps. World learning labs, immersive stories told. Hands-on discoveries, where young minds mold. From distant shores to nearby streets, in every heart a spark. Emerging tech and partnerships, world learning labs. High in the Andes, a classroom under stars. Kids programming drones, learning Mars from afar. Their laughter rings over mountains as codes create new flights. In labs that open worlds on the coldest, clearest nights. World learning labs. World learning labs. Down by the Nile, history whispers through the reeds. Students in VR headsets explore where pharaohs lead. Past and future mingle as pyramids go digital. In labs that make the old new and the mythical practical. World learning labs, immersive stories told. Hands-on discoveries, where young minds mold. From distant shores to nearby streets, in every heart a spark. Emerging tech and partnerships, world learning labs. World learning labs. by the Nile, history whispers through the reeds. Students in VR headsets explore where pharaohs lead. Past and future mingle as pyramids go digital. In labs that make the old anew and the mythical practical. World Learning Labs. All Learning Labs. In a quiet corner of Kyoto where cherry blossoms sway, a lab lights up with learners where technology meets play. From screen to real world projects, they bridge the oldest gaps, connecting threads of knowledge on global learning maps. World Learning Labs, immersive stories told, hands-on discoveries where young minds mold. From distant shores to nearby streets, in every heart a spark. Emerging tech and partnerships, World Learning Labs. High in the Andes, a classroom under stars. Kids programming drones, learning Mars from afar. Their laughter rings over mountains as codes create new flights. In labs that open worlds on the coldest, clearest nights. World Learning Labs. World Learning Labs. Down by the Nile, history whispers through the reeds. Students in VR headsets explore where pharaohs lead. Past and future mingle as pyramids go digital. In labs that make the old new and the mythical practical. World Learning Labs, immersive stories told, hands-on discoveries where young minds mold. From distant shores to nearby streets, in every heart a spark. Emerging tech and partnerships, World Learning Labs. World Learning Labs. World Learning Labs. Down by the Nile, history whispers through the reeds. Students in VR headsets explore where pharaohs lead. Past and future mingle as pyramids go digital. In labs that make the old anew and the mythical practical. World Learning Labs. All Learning Labs. In a quiet corner of Kyoto where cherry blossoms sway, a lab lights up with learners where technology meets play. From screen to real world projects, they bridge the oldest gaps, connecting threads of knowledge on global learning maps. World Learning Labs, immersive stories told, hands-on discoveries where young minds mold. From distant shores to nearby streets, in every heart a spark, emerging tech and partnerships, World Learning Labs. High in the Andes, a classroom under stars, kids programming drones, learning Mars from afar. Their laughter rings over mountains as codes create new flights in labs that open worlds on the coldest, clearest nights. World Learning Labs. World Learning Labs. Down by the Nile, history whispers through the reeds. Students in VR headsets explore where pharaohs lead. Past and future mingle as pyramids go digital, in labs that make the old new and the mythical practical. World Learning Labs, immersive stories told, hands-on discoveries where young minds mold. From distant shores to nearby streets, in every heart a spark, emerging tech and partnerships, World Learning Labs. World Learning Labs. World Learning Labs. Down by the Nile, history whispers through the reeds. Students in VR headsets explore where pharaohs lead. Past and future mingle as pyramids go digital, in labs that make the old and new and the mythical practical. World Learning Labs. World Learning Labs. In a quiet corner of Kyoto where cherry blossoms sway, a lab lights up with learners where technology meets play. From screen to real world projects, they bridge the oldest gaps, connecting threads of knowledge on global learning maps. World Learning Labs, immersive stories told, hands-on discoveries where young minds mold. From distant shores to nearby streets, in every heart a spark, emerging tech and partnerships, World Learning Labs. High in the Andes, a classroom under stars. Kids programming drones, learning Mars from afar. Their laughter rings over mountains as codes create new flights in labs that open worlds on the coldest, clearest nights. World Learning Labs. World Learning Labs. Down by the Nile, history whispers through the reeds. Students in VR headsets explore where pharaohs lead. Past and future mingle as pyramids go digital in labs that make the old new and the mythical practical. World Learning Labs, immersive stories told, hands-on discoveries where young minds mold. From distant shores to nearby streets, in every heart a spark. Emerging tech and partnerships, World Learning Labs. World Learning Labs. World Learning Labs. Down by the Nile, history whispers through the reeds. Students in VR headsets explore where pharaohs lead. Past and future mingle as pyramids go digital in labs that make the old and new and the mythical practical. World Learning Labs. World Learning Labs. In a quiet corner of Kyoto where cherry blossoms sway, a lab lights up with learners where technology meets play. From screen to real world projects, they bridge the oldest gaps, connecting threads of knowledge on global learning maps. World Learning Labs, immersive stories told, hands-on discoveries where young minds mold. From distant shores to nearby streets, in every heart a spark. Emerging tech and partnerships, World Learning Labs. High in the Andes, a classroom under stars. Kids programming drones, learning Mars from afar. Their laughter rings over mountains as codes create new flights in labs that open worlds on the coldest, clearest nights. World Learning Labs. World Learning Labs. Down by the Nile, history whispers through the reeds. Students in VR headsets explore where pharaohs lead. Past and future mingle as pyramids go digital. In labs that make the old new and the mythical practical. World learning labs, immersive stories told, hands-on discoveries, where young minds mold. From distant shores to nearby streets, in every heart a spark. Emerging tech and partnerships, world learning labs. World learning labs. World learning labs. Down by the Nile, history whispers through the reeds. Students in VR headsets explore where pharaohs lead. Past and future mingle as pyramids go digital. In labs that make the old and new and the mythical practical. World learning labs. World learning labs. In a quiet corner of Kyoto where cherry blossoms sway, a lab lights up with learners where technology meets play. From screen to real world projects, they bridge the oldest gaps, connecting threads of knowledge on global learning maps. World learning labs, immersive stories told, hands-on discoveries, where young minds mold. From distant shores to nearby streets, in every heart a spark. Emerging tech and partnerships, world learning labs. High in the Andes, a classroom under stars. Kids programming drones, learning Mars from afar. Their laughter rings over mountains as codes create new flights. In labs that open worlds on the coldest, clearest nights. World learning labs. World learning labs. Down by the Nile, history whispers through the reeds. Students in VR headsets explore where pharaohs lead. Past and future mingle as pyramids go digital. In labs that make the old new and the mythical practical. World learning labs, immersive stories told, hands-on discoveries, where young minds mold. From distant shores to nearby streets, in every heart a spark. Emerging tech and partnerships, world learning labs. World learning labs. World learning labs. the Nile, history whispers through the reeds. Students in VR headsets explore where pharaohs lead. Past and future mingle as pyramids go digital. In labs that make the old and new and the mythical practical. World Learning Labs. World Learning Labs. In a quiet corner of Kyoto where cherry blossoms sway, a lab lights up with learners where technology meets play. From screen to real world projects, they bridge the oldest gaps, connecting threads of knowledge on global learning maps. World Learning Labs, immersive stories told, hands-on discoveries where young minds mold. From distant shores to nearby streets, in every heart a spark. Emerging tech and partnerships, World Learning Labs. High in the Andes, a classroom under stars. Kids programming drones, learning Mars from afar. Their laughter rings over mountains as codes create new flights. In labs that open worlds on the coldest, clearest nights. World Learning Labs. World Learning Labs. Down by the Nile, history whispers through the reeds. Students in VR headsets explore where pharaohs lead. Past and future mingle as pyramids go digital. In labs that make the old new and the mythical practical. World Learning Labs, immersive stories told, hands-on discoveries where young minds mold. From distant shores to nearby streets, in every heart a spark. Emerging tech and partnerships, World Learning Labs. World Learning Labs. World Learning Labs. Down by the Nile, history whispers through the reeds. Students in VR headsets explore where pharaohs lead. Past and future mingle as pyramids go digital. In labs that make the old and new and the mythical practical. World Learning Labs. World Learning Labs. where cherry blossoms sway. A lab lights up with learners, where technology meets play. From screen to real world projects, they bridge the oldest gaps, connecting threads of knowledge on global learning maps. World Learning Labs, immersive stories told, hands-on discoveries, where young minds mold. From distant shores to nearby streets, in every heart a spark. Emerging tech and partnerships, World Learning Labs. High in the Andes, a classroom under stars. Kids programming drones, learning Mars from afar. Their laughter rings over mountains as codes create new flights. In labs that open worlds on the coldest, clearest nights. World Learning Labs. World Learning Labs. Down by the Nile, history whispers through the reeds. Students in VR headsets explore where pharaohs lead. Past and future mingle as pyramids go digital. In labs that make the old new and the mythical practical. World Learning Labs, immersive stories told, hands-on discoveries, where young minds mold. From distant shores to nearby streets, in every heart a spark. Emerging tech and partnerships, World Learning Labs. World Learning Labs. World Learning Labs. Down by the Nile, history whispers through the reeds. Students in VR headsets explore where pharaohs lead. Past and future mingle as pyramids go digital. In labs that make the old and new and the mythical practical. World Learning Labs. World Learning Labs. In a quiet corner of Kyoto, where cherry blossoms sway, a lab lights up with learners, where technology meets play. From screen to real world projects, they bridge the oldest gaps, connecting threads of knowledge on global learning maps. World Learning Labs, immersive stories told, hands-on discoveries, where young minds mold. From distant shores to nearby streets, in every heart a spark. Emerging tech and partnerships, World Learning Labs. High in the Andes, classroom under stars. Kids programming drones, learning Mars from afar. Their laughter rings over mountains as codes create new flights in labs that open worlds on the coldest, clearest nights. World Learning Labs. World Learning Labs. Down by the Nile, history whispers through the reeds. Students in VR headsets explore where pharaohs lead. Past and future mingle as pyramids go digital in labs that make the old new and the mythical practical. World Learning Labs, immersive stories told, hands-on discoveries where young minds mold. From distant shores to nearby streets, in every heart a spark. Emerging tech and partnerships, World Learning Labs. World Learning Labs. World Learning Labs. Down by the Nile, history whispers through the reeds. Students in VR headsets explore where pharaohs lead. Past and future mingle as pyramids go digital in labs that make the old anew and the mythical practical. World Learning Labs. World Learning Labs. In a quiet corner of Kyoto where cherry blossoms sway, a lab lights up with learners where technology meets play. From screen to real world projects, they bridge the oldest gaps, connecting threads of knowledge on global learning maps. World Learning Labs, immersive stories told, hands-on discoveries where young minds mold. From distant shores to nearby streets, in every heart a spark. Emerging tech and partnerships, World Learning Labs. High in the Andes, a classroom under stars. Kids programming drones, learning Mars from afar. Their laughter rings over mountains as codes create new flights in labs that open worlds on the coldest, clearest nights. World Learning Labs. World Learning Labs. Down by the Nile, history whispers through the reeds. Students in VR headsets explore where pharaohs lead. Past and future mingle as pyramids go digital. In labs that make the old new and the mythical practical. World learning labs, immersive stories told, hands-on discoveries, where young minds mold. From distant shores to nearby streets, in every heart a spark. Emerging tech and partnerships, world learning labs. World learning labs. World learning labs. Down by the Nile, history whispers through the reeds. Students in VR headsets explore where pharaohs lead. Past and future mingle as pyramids go digital. In labs that make the old anew and the mythical practical. World learning labs. World learning labs. In a quiet corner of Kyoto where cherry blossoms sway, a lab lights up with learners where technology meets play. From screen to real world projects, they bridge the oldest gaps, connecting threads of knowledge on global learning maps. World learning labs, immersive stories told, hands-on discoveries, where young minds mold. From distant shores to nearby streets, in every heart a spark. Emerging tech and partnerships, world learning labs. High in the Andes, a classroom under stars. Kids programming drones, learning Mars from afar. Their laughter rings over mountains as codes create new flights. In labs that open worlds on the coldest, clearest nights. World learning labs. World learning labs. Down by the Nile, history whispers through the reeds. Students in VR headsets explore where pharaohs lead. Past and future mingle as pyramids go digital. In labs that make the old new and the mythical practical. World learning labs, immersive stories told, hands-on discoveries, where young minds mold. From distant shores to nearby streets, in every heart a spark. Emerging tech and partnerships, world learning labs. World learning labs. World learning labs. the Nile, history whispers through the reeds. Students in VR headsets explore where pharaohs lead. Past and future mingle as pyramids go digital. In labs that make the old and new and the mythical practical. World Learning Labs. World Learning Labs. In a quiet corner of Kyoto where cherry blossoms sway, a lab lights up with learners where technology meets play. From screen to real world projects, they bridge the oldest gaps, connecting threads of knowledge on global learning maps. World Learning Labs, immersive stories told, hands-on discoveries where young minds mold. From distant shores to nearby streets, in every heart a spark. Emerging tech and partnerships, World Learning Labs. High in the Andes, a classroom under stars. Kids programming drones, learning Mars from afar. Their laughter rings over mountains as codes create new flights. In labs that open worlds on the coldest, clearest nights. World Learning Labs. World Learning Labs. Down by the Nile, history whispers through the reeds. Students in VR headsets explore where pharaohs lead. Past and future mingle as pyramids go digital. In labs that make the old and new and the mythical practical. World Learning Labs, immersive stories told, hands-on discoveries where young minds mold. From distant shores to nearby streets, in every heart a spark. Emerging tech and partnerships, World Learning Labs. World Learning Labs. World Learning Labs. Down by the Nile, history whispers through the reeds. Students in VR headsets explore where pharaohs lead. Past and future mingle as pyramids go digital. In labs that make the old and new and the mythical practical. World Learning Labs. World Learning Labs. where cherry blossoms sway. A lab lights up with learners, where technology meets play.
Hi everyone, good afternoon.
From screen to real world
Are we all settled down?
projects, they bridge the oldest gaps.
Please pick a seat. Just a kind reminder, we're pretty mobile in this session. A lot of people will be coming and going from the other room. So if we can just put our bags at the back, not here, because people might not sit on the empty seats if we decide to go to the back, if you have it. Or please bring your bags with you if you'll be leaving your seat. Okay? All right, we'll have our session coordinators remind the speakers. The first batch of speakers should be settled there at the last row, right? To be ready. The next two speakers should be here, okay? So again, just a reminder for our attendees, for our audience, if you have some questions, if you want to learn more about the speaker's presentation, you can follow them to the other side, right? There will be discussion tables there for you to ask questions. These are short presentations, lightning presentations. So once they finish, they're going to be moving to the other side, and you can follow them. Please make sure that you take your bags with you so that other people can use the seats to watch the next presentations. Is that okay? Crystal clear? All right.
World learning labs, immersive stories told, hands-on discovery.
All right, I guess we're ready for session 3. Hello, everybody. Hi. Are we ready for session 3? Yes, okay. So again, these are Pecha Kucha, or short presentations. As a format, we actually gave advice to people, to the presenters, to have 20 slides and 20 seconds per slide, but you don't have to follow that. If your presentation is a bit longer, it's fine as long as it doesn't exceed 8 minutes, because we will allot 2 minutes for setting up and going to the next speaker. Is that fine? So some of you uploaded your presentations. They're accessible via the laptop provided, but you can also use your own laptop. We'll just have to plug in the HDMI device. Is that okay? Everybody ready? Okay. Let's get this going. Okay, people are still looking for seats. Everybody okay? Oh, the other presenters. Okay, we can probably call them. So first will be Dr. Alan Kim, followed by Assistant Professor Lorena Jean Saludades, then Lloyd Lindell Simporios. Is he here? Okay. And then Myra Oruga with her colleagues. And then Prinise Marcus. Yes. So, yeah. And then Lexter Mangubat is there. Luisa Elisan is here. Okay. Ponsup Kumprasert is here. Yes. And then Steve. Are you there, Steve? I think I saw Steve at the back a while ago. Stephen Black. Thank you. And after that will be Jessa Perez and Christine Pesimo. Okay. Yeah, please get ready. And then the last would be Ferdinand Makito. Ferdinand Makito would be the 10th presenter. Okay, those are the first 10. Please get settled. Are we ready to go? Yes? Coordinators, are we okay? Can we start? Thank you. Once again, welcome to session 3, everybody. A round of applause. Okay. To start off, we have a very special speaker all the way from Tokyo International Christian University. He will be talking about immersed but not lost, Navigating Education in the Virtual World. Here's Professor Alan Kim. Another round of applause for Alan Kim.
Great, thank you so much for the kind introduction. It's been such an amazing time here to learn so much about the metaverse, VR, AR. So I'm really kind of privileged to come here and talk to you all. So my title is a little bit different. Immersive but not lost metaverse. It's a liberating art. And so if I may, I'm going to offer maybe a critical perspective from a sociological viewpoint about kind of where we're going with all of this technology. So please bear with me, and I hope you can also maybe learn something from this presentation. So the promise of immersive learning is just amazing. From all of the talks we've had so far, you know, we're approaching a new type of learning where we can lift our heads, we can have free hands, free feet, and we can cross space-time. We can learn about sharks, potentially, alongside divers inside the ocean. Like, that kind of a future is pretty spectacular. We can have AI tools with an IQ past 300, helping diverse learners. Einstein had an IQ of 163. Now we have the opportunity to really kind of blur between the virtual and the physical fields of experience. So as a non-expert, this is very fascinating. But I want to begin with purpose. So Matthew Kelly, in his book, The Rhythm of Life, talked about how there are 4 aspects to the human person: physical, emotional, intellectual, and spiritual. When all of these 4 needs are met, we are whole and therefore happy. So and this is a question for all of us, does an increasingly immersive world help us become the best version of ourselves? So you, not the metaverse, is the most fascinating thing in the universe. There are tech companies, 7 to be exact. These are 5 that are listed that monetize our addiction to our smartphone devices today. And like influencers, they yield a lot of power, but they hold no responsibility. And so as we're ushered into this amazing future, we need to be aware of these concerns. Okay, there are social implications of technology, and there is so much rapid political, social, and economic change that's occurring. So the concern for all of us is not only about immersion, but also about alienation. Jonathan Haidt highlights this powerfully, right? The problematic for Gen Z is that they've become an anxious generation, and there are growing health concerns worldwide around social media and smartphone usage, right? So this anxiety is directly connected to digital overexposure. Okay, so however, immersive learning, it can disconnect students from their real-world social content. So educators and entrepreneurs alike really need to be considerate of Gen Z and their emotional well-being, their social skills, when designing online curriculum and these new immersive worlds. Devok Erickson kind of makes this really interesting and powerful distinction between the liberal arts and the liberating arts, focusing on technical and human skills, right? So intelligence is not enough. Schools that teach a skill for a future job or task, that's outdated. So he highlights these liberating arts, and I'm not going to read through all of them, but just really briefly: logic, statistics, rhetoric, research, practical psychology, investment, and agency. Notice that a lot of these were not learned in school. And I'm not sure if the metaverse and the new virtual world can teach us this, but that they have the potential to do so. In my class, I like to start with vision boards. So I like to ask my students what they want to get out of life. And using the metaverse and AI tools, I think students will become reality engineers. So I think it's actually even more important to start with the student as they design the future they see for themselves. So this is one of the activities from the article that I wrote. Some ideas about integrating the liberating arts into virtual education. Incorporate real-world problem-solving and critical dialogue in virtual format, right? Bridge abstract knowledge with lived experience. Have more balanced interactions to reduce screen fatigue, more social interaction, more personalized pacing of learning. Create communities of practice. So perhaps short-term or even long-term virtual cohorts that foster resilience and building a sense of community. Learning is a very social activity and will continue to be so in the virtual world. I'm a sociologist, so I'm going to argue for sociological literacy, okay? Experiential learning. Sociology is the broadest social science. It highlights the impact of technological change on society. It highlights individual agency or empowerment and freedom alongside social structure or the way in which institutions shape our lives. It also helps us understand modern social problems and the problems facing Gen Z people at this forum. I'm concerned about you. A lot of my research is concerned about Gen Z. You're not having children, you're not getting married, unlikely difficult buying a house. These are real human concerns that we have to think about with regard to our students. So, and also we're just entering a vast amount of change, okay? So sociology started out of trying to understand the first industrial revolution, right? The steam engine, the cotton gin. We had 120 years to adapt to this new technology at the time. In the next 10 years, we have, by order of magnitude, a new technology that is going to vastly transform our lives. We're going to have less than 5 and 10 years to adapt to this. There are severe changes that are going to be happening that we all need to be really concerned about. In conclusion, immersive learning requires adaptability, critical thinking, digital literacy, and deeply human skills. We need to think about the kind of student we're graduating, and also the world that's shaping their lives, but also how to reimagine it for good. Gen Z can become leaders for good. Industry can create a world of abundance for good. Educators and families alike can form responsible citizens for good. Thank you.
Thank you. Another round of applause for Dr. Alan Kim. While we're setting up for our next speaker, those who are interested in Dr. Kim's talk can follow him to the other side of the room and ask him some questions. He'll be ready to answer them. Thank you, Dr. Kim. The next speaker who's setting up right now is an assistant professor at the University of the Philippines Open University. She's teaching ASEAN Studies. And her talk will be about the metaverse as a research mentorship platform for open and distance e-learners in the Master of ASEAN Studies, or MAS graduate program. Please give a warm welcome to Assistant Professor Lorena Jean Saludades. Are you ready?
High in the Andes, a classroom under stars. Kids programming drones, learning Mars from afar. Their laughter rings over mountains as codes create new flights. In labs that open worlds on the coldest, clearest nights. World Learning Labs. World Learning Labs.
Okay, so good morning everyone, please allow me, good afternoon everyone, please allow me to introduce myself. So I'm AM JST, I'm from the Faculty of Management and Development Studies, and I am presenting on behalf of myself and John Elaine Orbe from Immersive Open Pedagogy. So currently I serve as the program chair of the ASEAN Studies program. So in this presentation, I will be discussing the ongoing study titled The Metaverse as a Research Mentorship Platform for Open and Distance E-Learners at the Master of ASEAN Studies graduate program.
Hands-on discoveries.
One of the key issues that we encounter is the low graduation rate of our ASEAN Studies students. So out of all the students that make it to the thesis stage, actually only 20% finish. So we have an 80% retention rate, and this is not a statistic that we are proud of, but it presents a stark issue that we really have to address. So this is the key, this is an alarming statistics, and we are trying to look for interventions in order to improve this problem at the program level. Now, in order to understand the problem, I think it is best that we first contextualize the University of the Philippines Open University. And as the name suggests, we are an open university. Now, what does this mean? Well, openness can mean several things in this context. I want to highlight openness more of at a logistical level. So it is open in a sense that we cater to those who find it difficult to attend traditional face-to-face classroom setup. We offer our classes or our programs through fully online, predominantly asynchronous setup. So this makes education more open and more accessible to those who are working full-time or those persons with disabilities or those who are geographically situated far from the university. So please keep that context in mind in the next, in the discussion of the ASEAN Studies program. So allow me to present the plan of study of our master's program. So as you can see, year 1, year 2, year 3, the first 2 years, it's more of the classes that they have. They take 27 units of core courses and elective subjects, and in their 3rd year, they will be taking their thesis course. And they will be writing the thesis until its completion, starting the 3rd year onwards. So the thesis course consists of 3 key phases. The first would be the proposal stage, where the students select their thesis committee chair and members, and with the thesis committee's guidance, they do their thesis proposal. And after which, they do the thesis implementation, and during which the student conducts a study under the close supervision of their thesis advisor. And the final phase of this would be the thesis colloquium. This is where they present their thesis, their completed research to the ASEAN Studies program faculty. So the structure that the UPOE presents has a lot of benefits, especially for the groups that I've mentioned a while ago, those who cannot make it to traditional face-to-face classes. However, it also comes with greater expectations for students to become more independent or more self-directed. So especially during the thesis stage, and I believe this is one of the issues that really make it difficult for students to complete their thesis in the program. Unfortunately, we really struggle to maintain engagement with our students, and with a lot of our students disappearing towards the middle of their thesis. So a lot of our students don't actually complete their thesis. So what are the possible issues that create this condition? So one of the key things that we're looking at is possibly engagement. So comparing engagement during their subjects and during their thesis stage, the pre-thesis and thesis stage. Engagement during their courses, it's primarily facilitated within the prepared course site. Students have multiple contact points with their students, with other students, with teachers who post the modules weekly, and also those constant consultation and feedback they receive throughout the term. However, once they go towards the thesis stage, engagement is now primarily facilitated by the students. So when they begin their thesis, they need to engage with their advisors, they need to consult, they need to prepare the said revisions, and also it's an iterative process. They do this. And now when it comes to students now engaging, this is when a lot of students no longer progress. So that being said, engagement has become a key foundation of the interventions that we intend to implement. And this assumption of engagement is important. It is also backed by literature. So to cite a few, there is said here that engagement is crucial for student learning. Engagement plays an important role in psychological investment, and also student engagement is strongly related to academic success, particularly in an open, distance, and digital education setup. So, in trying to improve engagement, this study would like to impose or explore metaverse-based solutions. So there are several studies that back the importance of metaverse-based solutions, especially in promoting engagement. So it said that immersive environments can enhance engagement and collaboration, and it also argues that it can increase interaction through gamified 3D and even avatar-based learning environments. However, of course, these are just our assumptions at the program level. We had to do our consultations with our students to inquire the reasons why they're having difficulty especially during this thesis stage, and we found out through our survey. So this is what we tried to assess using our surveys. First would be general information about their current thesis progress and an inquiry into the conveniences and the difficulties that they encountered during their thesis selection, proposal, and lastly, their thesis implementation. And the questionnaire also looked into what are the suggested support needs that the students has. So their responses revolve around the following issues as the primary stumbling blocks in their thesis process. So these issues primarily revolve around, first, difficulty in identifying the right thesis advisor. So students are provided with a directory of program faculty that includes faculty names and their corresponding research interests. And this has proven to be insufficient because the students don't quite understand what the expertise of the thesis advisors are just based on that list. And they may just take keywords and think that this is related to their study, and therefore this is the appropriate thesis advisor. So this is one of the issues. We're having creating a mismatch between the students and their advisors. And then next they also articulated the need for further refresher on processes and procedures. So despite the availability of a detailed thesis guideline, many students continue to express the confusion that they have about how the thesis procedure unfolds. So this requires a lot of clarification, refreshers, and maybe someone easy to contact to inquire with. And then last would be the lack of motivation and the need for a support system. So unlike their coursework where they always have contact with their classmates, right now their thesis journeys, they're more on their own, with lacking regular interaction with their peers, and this contributes to a decline in their motivation. And therefore there needs to be a peer-based system, support system, to help their momentum. So, these are the and how do we address this using the metaverse? So these are the 3 M's that we aim to accomplish. First would be matching. So to address the persistent issue of students struggling to identify the most appropriate thesis advisor, we propose a development of a metaverse-based matching space that will allow students to explore and engage with program faculty in a more immersive way. So in this virtual space, we could potentially have like each faculty member have a room or a booth where they will be able to have, we're going to include a short video introduction for them to talk about their research expertise and the kinds of research that they typically supervise. And then we can also have or give access to sample research outputs, including publications, projects, or past theses that they have already advised. And lastly, interactive elements, so they can style their own metaverse spaces. So it could also give the students an idea of the thesis advising style of this advisor. So it creates a more engaging and informative way to ensure that we avoid this kind of thesis advisor mismatch. And then we also propose the establishment of a metaverse-based mentoring room wherein when the program chair or even the program faculty are not busy, they can just sit there idle, and then they can, it's like a faculty room where the students can ask questions, clarification on thesis procedures, research concerns, and even deadlines. And it's more timely and more informal. This way, they feel more supported, and it really takes away the difficulty of trying to relay difficult message through a formal email. And then lastly would be metaverse peer co-working space. So to help address the lack of motivation, it's great to create a space where students can work on their thesis together, right alongside each other, like a library or a study group, engage in spontaneous conversations, and motivate each other just by sharing their progress, challenges, or even just their presence to help motivate each other. So the next step would be more of an iterative process, as we're still at the survey phase. We just had our survey and we realized what we can potentially do. And right now what we will do is we will develop this and then run it, see how the students react to it, and do the process all over and over. So thank you very much. Another round of applause for Lorena Jean Saludade. If you want to ask her some questions about her presentation, please follow her to that number. Thank you. The next presenter is also from the University of the Philippines Open University. His talk is entitled Reimagining Social Work Field Instruction, the Role of the Metaverse in an ODEL Framework. Please join me in welcoming Assistant Professor Lloyd Lindell Simporios. Let's drag it kasi extended ito.
Okay.
No, we have to drag it. No.
Ay, sorry. Drag ko muna.
Drag muna. And then,
Oh, wait, no.
I think this. Yes. And then slideshow. Kunti pa. There. Perfect.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Rob. Good afternoon. Question. How you pursue your dreams or ambition and become successful within the fast-changing world? This is a question asked during a national pageant way back in 2022 in the Philippines. And this is the winning answer to that question. Well, that shouldn't be difficult for someone who's very receptive to new ideas. I guess you have to be on guard all the time and you can't be caught unaware of things to come. You have to be on the lookout of what is new because just when you thought technology is at its peak and there's more to come. I am Lloyd Lindell Simporios, one of the faculty members under the social work program at UP Open University. And please allow me to walk you through to my presentation, Reimagining Social Work, Field Instruction, the role of metaverse in an ODEL framework. Now, the question now, can social work field instruction really thrive in a virtual environment like the metaverse? So this is the question I hope I can unpack, especially so that this is going to be an exploratory study. So why there is a need to rethink the field instruction in the field of in social work? The pandemic, along with rapid technological advancements, has pushed us to rethink how we connect, learn, and grow, particularly in social work field instruction. At UPOU, where learners are geographically dispersed and balancing multiple roles, in social work, many of our students are working. The traditional model of field instruction has become increasingly difficult to sustain, somehow. Coordinating synchronous supervision sessions with all intern students poses a significant challenge. These realities call for a reinvention, one that embraces flexibility, innovation, and technology-enabled approaches to ensure that meaningful learning and supervision continue regardless of physical distance. Now, as you may know about open and distance e-learning framework, so this enhances flexibility and accessibility, but in social work, field instruction, particularly benefiting students who balances multiple responsibilities, as I was mentioning earlier, or reside far from traditional field placement sites. It opens opportunities for inclusive, responsive, and context-sensitive practice learning. In the context of social work field instruction, context-sensitive practice learning means acknowledging that students come from diverse backgrounds and may be practicing in different community settings: rural, urban, conflict-affected, indigenous, among others. The ODEL model, as implemented by institutions like ours, UP Open University, is designed to provide flexible and inclusive learning opportunities for students across diverse geographical locations. While this approach democratizes access to education, it also presents unique barriers to field instruction. Geographical dispersion limits students' access to traditional field placements, while resource constraints and the lack of physical spaces for interaction hinder the ability of educators to deliver immersive and collaborative learning experience. And these challenges necessitate innovative solutions that can adapt field instruction to the realities of distance learning while maintaining its rigor and effectiveness. Now, what's the role of field instruction? In social work, FI is not just a practice. It is where theory, ethics, and human connection intersect, forming the bedrock of professional identity. Now, the challenge. How do we simulate complex, emotionally charged, and ethically nuanced field experiences in an online format? Digital confidentiality and ethics agreement will be observed. This would mean avoid disclosing, recording, or producing content outside the metaverse setting. There will be observation of professional conduct in all virtual interactions, restricted only to authorized users, compliance with the data privacy law of the Philippines, applying pseudo information, especially the identifying information of the clients, different clients they are handling during the duration of their internship. This is where the metaverse steps in, a digital space where students can interact, explore, and practice within realistic, immersive environment. Now, what does the literature say about VR, metaverse, in relation to social work? Research shows that immersive environments like VR can foster deeper empathy and engagement, which are crucial in social work. VR simulations can help students connect macro and micro nuances in practice and gain familiarity with social work, new social contexts, and communities. Also, studies show that VR can be an effective tool for developing social work practice skills that includes engagement and assessment. While VR shows promise in social work education, careful implementation is necessary, including pre-briefing and debriefing to address the emotional intensity of the experience. Immersion is immersion, not just simulation. In the context of SWFI, the metaverse is more than just a tool of simulation. It creates a sense of presence and facilitates real-time social interaction. It offers and embodies experience where students can engage more deeply with practice scenarios, reflect on their roles, and develop professional skills in a dynamic, immersive environment. This level of engagement supports the development of empathy, critical thinking, ethical decision-making, which are core competencies in social work practice. So try to imagine students not only conducting virtual home visits, that includes observing verbal cues, assessing living conditions, and applying ethical decision-making, but also engaging in case conferences within the metaverse. In this digital space, they can collaboratively discuss cases, insights, and receive supervision in real time. Students develop communication, analytical, and empathic skills by navigating complex scenarios that mirror real-world scenarios. Supervision in metaverse doesn't disappear. Supervisors can actually offer live feedback and co-experience case scenarios for reflective practice. The metaverse offers presence, co-presence, persistence, and synchronicity, all essential for relational and process-oriented learning. Of course, challenges exist. Access to devices, connectivity issues, digital literacy, and ethical questions about data and safety. Initial feedback from students has become encouraging. Many felt the experience was real, immersive, and allowed for safe failure. It promotes inclusion, where students in remote or underserved areas and even persons with disabilities can engage in meaningful experiences. So, let me wrap up my presentation. So what's next? Pilots research, partnership, and institutional support. And my final thought, let's not just adapt to change. Let's reimagine how we teach, learn, and practice social work in our field in a digital world. That's all. Thank you.
Another round of applause for Assistant Professor Lloyd Lindell Simporios. Once again, if you want to check out his metaverse exhibit or space, you can go to the other side and ask him some questions. The next presenter.
Who is next?
Yeah, the next presenter is from Present 4D Solutions UG. We have Mr. Pernice Marcus. Please give him some support. A round of applause for him.
So just a second. Can you adjust it? Okay. So do you see the screen? Yes?
Not yet.
Not yet. Yet?
Yep.
Okay. Hi to all. I am Markus Brenneis. I'm a founder and CEO of Present 4D. It's a company from Germany, and I have a cooperation partner here, Sensible VR. It's Dave Dolan. He has already a speech today in the morning. And we dedicated our multimedia life to the topic 3DOF virtual reality. So if anybody doesn't know, 3DOF means you have 3 degrees of freedom about rotation. And if you have 6DOF, then you have additionally the possibility to walk in 6 directions of the room, X, Y, Z axis. So most of the experts say 6DOF is the only real virtual reality. But we have a lot of arguments that 3DOF is much more suitable for education, for VR in education. So schools, vocational schools, universities, and also work-based learning gave us back the demand that they not only want to learn via VR, they also want to create VR presentations themselves. So you can use VR instead of a book or instead of a tablet to learn things, but you also can learn how to create this VR presentation so that the students build their own learning world. And the advantages of 360 3DOF means 360 panorama images, which are connected to a virtual tour. And inside this virtual world, you can connect different data types, information of different data types. So it is easier for unexperienced people. So if you are a gamer and you are used to play with complex hand controllers, where you have for each hand controller, for example, 6 or 8 buttons, then it's for unexperienced people not easy to operate with these hand controllers. So it's much easier if you have 360 content, because you can jump from one location to another location. You are not able to walk through the room, but the presence feeling, the most important feeling in VR, is not destroyed by this. So the content is cheaper in production, which is important because the budgets are not that high in education. You don't need so much media competence because you don't have to build real-time 3D world. You don't have to program. The technical setup is much easier because this solution I'm talking about is completely offline. Means you don't have to set up internet. You don't need to upload things to the internet. If we would like to do a 360 learning environment and would have to upload each of us, for example, a 2 minutes 360 panorama video, then one lesson wouldn't be enough. Let's jump to the next one. So the advantage of the solution I'm showing right now is that you completely can do it offline. No coding is needed. You can use code to make a more complex presentation, but with no coding, you come to your goal. You need no controller. That means everything is controlled by the rotation of your head. And it's much cheaper. So keep it simple, keep it super simple, means we have 3 steps. Create and collect your content, put it inside the software, the editor, and then you can, also offline, you can transfer it to the headset via a USB cable. So you can import different data types and can bring them on the headsets. I have to leave this mode, so time is getting short. Here I'm going to show you an existing presentation which I have prepared, and later I'm going to show you how to create it. So you're learning about pyramids, pharaohs, and the life in the ancient Egypt. You have a panorama menu. At the end, you can make a quiz, and the result of the quiz is sent to the teacher. So here we have different...
Welcome, young explorers. Today, we're taking you on a journey to the magnificent Temple of Isis. This temple was built many years ago by the ancient Egyptians to honor the powerful goddess Isis. She was very important to the people and was seen as a protector. Did you know? The Temple of Isis is located on a small island right in the middle of the River Nile.
Okay. So I can open slideshows, I can insert photos, I can have descriptive fields, and I have also navigation symbols to jump to other locations. Here, for example, I can open another slideshow for different pharaohs, and you even can integrate. Most people think 3DOV means you can't deal with real-time 3D, but I can also integrate real-time 3D objects, and at the end I can jump to a location where I can learn a little about at the life of the ancient Egypt, 6 different categories. And you see, if you're looking in the headset upwards, you scroll up. If you look downwards, you look down. And if you're in the middle third, then you can read. So let's have a look how this is created. I jump back to the project portal. This is when I start the software. I have the project portal where all my projects are. I can create a new project. It's not about Kyoto, but I want to build exactly this presentation. I double tap on the space key, open the I menu, and can directly import panorama photos. So I select the panorama photos, and you see it's very fast. I already now have, if I jump back to the player, I can already navigate my virtual world. And now I could also, let's jump to the first place, go back to the editor, and here I can add media. So different media types, as you can see here, the sound, slideshows, or quizzes. So I go back to the interactive content, choose slideshows, and let's say I want to do this pyramid slideshow. So everything is really easy to do. Back to the viewer, and my slideshow is finished. Just let me show that we also can add, for example, a 3D object. just select, for example, this one, choose it. So, and this can be done by everyone who is able to operate with Microsoft Word, for example. So, time is over, and this solution can be, so Dave is here since 30 years in near Kyoto, and his company, Sensible VR, offers this solution as a full offline solution. Not only learn with VR, also create your own stuff. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Marcus. So if you want to learn more about the app, you have a demo space there? Do you have a demo space there where they can learn more?
Yes.
They can follow you there, okay? Anybody who's interested to learn more about it, please follow Mr. Marcus there. The next presenter is once again from the University of the Philippines Open University. I think they prepared a video for us. The title of their video is Issues and Challenges in Ethics on Immersive Learning in an Open University, a literature review. This team is led by Dr. Mayra Oruga.
Good afternoon.
Sorry. But she has collaborators with her, Sydney Rovin Makahiya, Janelle Ann Belegal, and Dina May Rejano. Dr. Oruga.
Ay, sorry. Tanggalin ko na lang. Okay. To minimize our time, because we're just given 6 to 10 minutes to prepare, and we're 4 here, we video our presentation. With me, I am Associate Professor Mayra Oruga from the University of the Philippines Open University under the Faculty of Management and Development Studies. I'm the Program Chair of the Diploma in Master of International Health and the Assistant to the Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs, Research and Publication. With me is 3 Gen Z kids. Janelle Ann Belegal, our teaching associate in our program. Dina May Rejano, one of our project staff, and Sydney Rose Makahiya. Okay. Ano? Sydney Rovin, sorry.
Okay. Without...
Good afternoon, everyone. We are Dr. Mayra Oruga, Sydney Makahiya,
Janelle Belegal, and Dina Rojano. Today, we will discuss the issues and challenges in ethics on immersive learning in open universities, a literature review.
As we embrace various immersive technologies to create interactive learning environments, we must also ensure that these innovations are implemented ethically, protecting learners' privacy, promoting accessibility, and safeguarding their well-being.
Immersive learning technologies are transforming education by making it more engaging and interactive. Open universities, known for their inclusivity and flexible learning models, stand to benefit greatly from these advancements. However, they also face unique challenges due to the diversity of their student populations.
Ethical concerns arise when we consider data privacy, digital equity, cognitive risks, and academic integrity. How do we balance innovation with ethical responsibility? How do we ensure that all students, regardless of background, benefit equitably from these technologies? These are the questions we aim to address.
This study explored 5 key ethical concerns. First, data privacy, security, and surveillance risks. Immersive learning technologies collect personal and biometric data, raising privacy concerns, especially for students accessing tools through external platforms.
Second, digital equity and accessibility. Access to immersive technologies is unequal, with students from low-income or rural areas facing barriers which may worsen educational inequalities.
Third, psychological and cognitive risks. Extended exposure to immersive environments may cause psychological effects like motion sickness, cognitive overload, and disorientation, particularly in isolated home environments.
Fourth, AI bias and algorithmic decision-making. AI algorithms used in immersive learning may introduce biases that disproportionately affect underrepresented students.
leading to unfair grading or experiences. Lastly, informed consent, ethical use, and institutional responsibility. Clear ethical guidelines are necessary for how student data is collected and used, and institutions must ensure safety and mitigate risks in immersive learning.
Open universities serve a wide range of learners, including those from marginalized and far-flung communities. Without ethical safeguards, immersive learning could lead to exclusion, cognitive overload, and increased AI bias. Ethical implementation ensures that all students have a fair, secure, and inclusive educational experience and immersive learning that works for everyone.
Reviewing literature on immersive technologies from the last 10 years, this review has identified 3 key ethical issues, 3 challenges in immersive learning, and 7 best practices and ethical recommendations. Key ethical issues in immersive learning include data privacy and security, informed consent and transparent data use, and ensuring academic integrity through fair and ethical application of AI.
Digital divide and accessibility, psychological and social impact, and inclusivity and cultural sensitivity are key challenges in immersive learning for open universities. These issues highlight the need to provide equitable access to technology, address potential mental health risks associated with immersive environments, and ensure that learning content is culturally inclusive and representative.
These practices emphasize the importance of developing clear institutional policies to protect students' rights, ensuring that educators and developers are actively engaged in ethical implementation through training and collaboration, and pursuing further research to address emerging concerns such as data privacy, digital equity, psychological impacts, and academic integrity. In conclusion, as immersive technologies redefine the landscape of education, especially in open universities, their ethical implementation is not optional, it is essential. By addressing key issues like data privacy, digital equity, and academic integrity, and adopting inclusive, responsible practices, we can harness the full potential of immersive technologies while protecting the rights and well-being of all learners.
Another round of applause for Dr. Aruga and her team. If you have some questions about the process that they followed in the literature review, their team will be at the other side of the room to entertain your questions. Thank you, Dr. Aruga. The next presenter is also from the University of the Philippines Open University. His topic is about the challenges and opportunities in an immersive and gamified ODEL course for undergraduate students. Please help me welcome Mr. Lexter Mangubat.
Hello. So who among you have already experienced escape room? Physical escape room. So imagine that being experienced in a metaverse. That's what I did in my class, instructional design. So I'm Lex from the University of the Philippines Open University, and today I'm excited to share with you my study titled Challenges and Opportunities in an Immersive and Gamified ODO course for undergraduate students. Gamification enhances learning by making it more interactive and enjoyable. My study explores a quest-based learning mode of learning approach in an online instructional design course, which feature a metaverse escape room built in Frame VR. Here, students solve puzzles in a virtual world, supported by interactive books and quizzes. This is compared with a traditional resource-based model. So my course has 2 modes. You can either get the regular mode or the quest-based mode. And the goal for the quest-based mode is to enrich student engagement and improve learning outcomes in our open and distance e-learning setup using immersive technologies and gamification. This research investigates how students perceive this quest-based learning approach, and I focus on their levels of engagement and satisfaction, and the challenges and opportunities they encountered, especially within the metaversal quest. And I wanted to see how this innovative method resonate with learners in a fully online environment. For the literature shows that gamification, meaning bringing games into learning and using game elements as for the design, can significantly boost motivation and engagement, which are often lacking in online education. Game elements like points and progress tracking make learning more interactive. Meanwhile, the emerging metaverse enables immersive collaborative experiences, and together, gamification and the metaverse offer powerful tools to enrich distance learning. And this study involved undergraduate students at UPOU who experienced the quest-based mode. And out of the 76 students I had in my class, 38 submitted their reflection papers and 5 joined a focus group discussion. And through their narratives and discussion, I conducted reflexive thematic analysis to uncover themes related to engagement, satisfaction, and the challenges and opportunities they encountered. And basically, students found the quest-based mode refreshing and exciting. They enjoyed the interactive features such as the AI guidance and tracking progress, and many describe it as a dynamic shift from traditional online course. Game elements like levels and rewards help them maintain their interest and motivation, so making their experience less isolating and more engaging. One student described the experience as progressing through a real adventure, not just by reading, but playing. And another compared it to a game like Roblox or Minecraft, who among you are familiar with that. And many appreciated the AI voice. I use 11 Labs as to generate a kid-like voice for their guide. And I use it in their interactive book, which I use H5P, and added a layer of engagement to the experience. Of course, not all feedback was positive. Some students found the quest unfamiliar and initially confusing. One struggled with unclear instructions, and another preferred more traditional methods like reading and note-taking. And a few reported feeling overwhelmed, especially when juggling the quest with other academic demands. So this underlies the need for more thoughtful design and clarity in gamified learning. In response to research question number 2, students generally reported greater engagement and satisfaction. The quest-based learning approach was fun, interactive, and different from their usual online courses. Many especially praised the metaversal quest for its immersive environment, which deepened their involvement and sparked genuine enjoyment. One student said they never expected to enjoy an online course this much, feeling a real sense of accomplishment. The metaverse increased their sense of presence, made tasks feel lighter, and even encouraged peer interaction. They likened it to the social fun of multiplayer games. That said, there were technical hurdles. Some experienced lag, control issues, and lack of tutorials when first entering the metaverse. One participant felt lost upon entering the space. For others, the immersive visuals were too stimulating, making it harder to concentrate. These challenges emphasize the importance of usability and managing cognitive load in the design. Device compatibility and internet issue also arise from the discussion, and also limited access from the students. Those who preferred straightforward text-based learning found the gamified experience complex and sometimes distracting. This highlights the need to design with inclusivity and multiple learning preferences in mind. But despite these issues, quest-based learning and metaverse clearly boosted motivation. Students appreciated the AI support and then sense of progression. Some even suggested leaderboards to enhance motivation further. These are kids, I mean, first year, second year students in college. And importantly, the hands-on task allowed them to apply instructional design concepts because the subject is about instructional design in ways that they felt real and practical. Students also saw the potential of personalized learning, suggesting adaptive difficulty settings. Collaboration in the metaverse was another highlight. It helped reduce the isolation of online learning. As one student shared, it was simply fun to work and socialize with classmates in a shared virtual space. And to conclude, integrating quest-based learning and the metaverse presents promising opportunities to enhance engagement and motivation through immersive, interactive experiences. But successful implementation requires addressing challenges such as navigating difficulties, cognitive load, varied learning preferences with, of course, thoughtful instructional design. And based on my findings, I recommend comprehensive tutorials. Whenever you're using new technologies, it's important to have comprehensive tutorials from the very basic and user guides. And they are also suggesting more intuitive platform design and flexible learning pathways. And then we need to break complex tasks into smaller tasks. That's where quest-based learning goes. Very useful to really break the complex tasks into chunks. And to further improve the course, align gamified tasks with learning outcomes and integrate the metaverse more smoothly with other methods. Research also plan to explore long-term impact like adaptive learning systems and AI-driven supports within immersive environment. So that's all. Thank you so much. That's the image of their guide. They call it pixels, and the voice is generated through AI. Thank you.
Thank you, Lexter. I think that space, that exhibit is still persistent, so if you want to see more of it...
If you want to play on an escape room, let's go there.
You can follow Lexter to the other side of the room. And another related talk will be given by our colleague from the University of the Philippines Open University. Her topic is comparing student perspectives and experiences in the development and application of metaverse-based educational materials. Let's give it up for Assistant Professor Luisa Helisan.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. So I will be sharing with you our learnings as teachers from research that we have conducted together with Mr. Lexer Mangubat for our course, which is called Design of Educational Multimedia Materials. So for this course, in 2023, in the latter part of 2023, we introduced Frame VR to our students. So it's another way of producing an educational multimedia materials. So at the start of the, one of the requirements of the course, or the final requirement of the course, is for the students to produce an educational multimedia material. And the students can choose what format they want to produce. So there were actually 3 groups who told us that they want to do, after introducing the Frame VR to them, 3 groups said they want to do a metaverse-based multimedia learning educational material. However, after the finals, only one group submitted the project in metaverse-based multimedia material. So we were, Lexer and I were curious what happened. So we decided to do, after the course has ended, we contacted our former students to know their experiences, their perception of using metaverse-based educational multimedia material. So this course is actually an undergraduate course under the Bachelor of Education Studies, but it's also being taken by those who have graduated or finished college but are planning to take the Teachers Board exam in the Philippines. So, okay, so I'll share with you. Okay, first, the research objectives. We want to explore students' perceptions of the usefulness of metaverse-based educational materials. And second is we want to compare the experiences and insights of students on the metaverse-based EMM. So we have two groups that we call them the creators and the non-creators. So we had two focus group discussions, one for with the creators and one with the non-creators. So voluntary, all the students, we asked them to participate. So those who volunteer to take part in the research are the ones who only undergo or join the focus group discussion, which was done online via Zoom. Okay. And then after, we transcribe all the recorded FGDs, and then we did a thematic analysis. So in terms of advantages, the two groups said that the metaverse-based multimedia educational material increased their engagement in learning, also increased the interactivity of the class. So here are some of the quotes that we got from the FGD. For the non-creators, said you can walk around it and you can observe it and it feels real. For the creators, producing the EMM fostered teamwork and peer-to-peer engagement. In terms of disadvantages, both groups mentioned technical challenges and digital divide. So there is limited access to resources. The those who did not produce the metaverse base said, not everyone can use it. Not everyone has laptop and strong net connection. The creators said our devices lagged during the production, making it hard to finish the project. And then also the creators said that there is a risk of distraction. The possibility of the students being distracted due to the entertainment aspect of the metaverse. In terms of challenges, they all agreed that technological know-how is one of the challenges, access to hardware, and it is very time-consuming to produce a metaverse-based EMM. And time-consuming is also pointed out to us by those who did not pursue with their original project. So the non-creators, we think we still need to acquire more skills and we don't have the proper equipment. For the creators, development was really time-consuming. There were times I wanted to quit. So, but in terms of potential of metaverse-based EMM, they said that's a future-forward tool in education. The non-creators said, this is something that can be used in the future, especially for visual learners. For the creators, it's a valuable addition to remote learning. So what, in terms of requirements for the effective use of metaverse-based EMM, they said that there should be proper equipment. They should be given more capacity and capability building. And then they said that when one wants to produce an EMM or metaverse-based EMM, there should be a clear learning objectives to guide the producer regarding the content and the treatment of the knowledge to be imparted in the EMM. To quote, the non-creator said, Content should be aligned with learning goals to avoid being just a fancy text with no impact. Conclusion, so both groups see strong educational potential in the metaverse. The shared challenges are technological access, time, know-how, and skills. They said that educational solutions have important roles in addressing barriers for broader adoption of the metaverse-based EMM. Recommendation for advancing immersive education, this should be the government should invest in capacity and capability building. There should be equitable digital access should be ensured. There should be continuing research on user experiences with emerging technology for education. And there should be collaboration on the use of immersive tools should be fostered across different learning institutions. That's all. Thank you.
Another round of applause for Assistant Professor Luisa Helisan. That multimedia, educational media, metaverse-based material is still existing, right?
Yes.
So if you want to check it out, please follow her to the other side of the room. While the next presenter is setting up, just a short reminder, feel free to move every time we transition with our speakers. It's healthy to move. If you want to go to take a break, you can take a break, have some coffee, and interact with our presenters. Okay, we move. Sure. There's an announcement from Eric Hawkinson.
Is that okay?
Yeah, sure.
Hello, everyone. I just wanted to quickly remind, I don't think he said this quite, oh, he's here, Angus. Are they still over next door? I brought them here. You brought them here? You'll go next? Okay, so we have a new lab on campus that we're hoping, because this is a good time because they're talking about partnerships, especially between UPOU and this university. We built a new immersive lab just for the purposes of experimenting and allowing students the use of these technologies. And if you're interested in visiting the lab, we're going to take a few people over informally while these sessions are happening. And Angus McGregor, a professor here, who gave a presentation earlier on Model United Nations. You'll get to see the lab space and how he's using it for that. So look for him and a couple of his students. If you want, you can follow them over next door informally and visit the lab. I'm going to be escorting some people, so if you want to go very soon, you can find me too, and we can take a quick walk and go see it. Okay, that's all.
Thank you, Eric. That's the cue. It's probably time to move for some of you. Okay, we move from the Philippines to Thailand. This time, we'll be hearing from Ponsup Kumprasert, who will be talking about what Arun Metaverse, exploring heritage through the lens of the digital world. So this is probably the demo of what Dr. Pat discussed a while ago. Yes. All right. Give her a warm round of applause, please.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Punsap Kampasert from Chulalongkorn University, and today I will talk about what Arun Metaverse. I think everyone know about what Arun, so I will skip for the what Arun information, and I will talk about the inspiration of the what Arun Metaverse. It is everyone should have the opportunity to experience Thai culture no matter where they are. So that is why what Arun Metaverse is live in our Metaverse platform named mangosco.com. It is the Metaverse platform from July University. If you want to explore the what Arun Metaverse, you can click on the catalog and then choose the Metaverse at number 6. Next, I will talk about the modeling of Wat Arun. Here is the architecture of Wat Arun. It has Prapang in the middle, and at number 1, and number 2 is Prapang Thit, and number 3 is Mondop Thit. Number 4 is Wat Noi, and number 5 is Vihan Noi, like you can see in the map. And next, I will talk about 3D modeling of Wat Arun. First, we have we go to scan all the building, and like you can see on the left, it has a lot of face. So we have to reduce it. So we modeling it one by one to reduce the face of this. And about the texture, we also create one by one. As you can see, number one is the picture that we go to take, and then we clean it like in the number two, and then we change it to be height map in number three to make the normal map. The normal map will give you a realistic texture. It will make the model more realistic. And we also create one by one every pattern in the model. And next is about statute modeling. We also have the model from scanner, but it has a lot of face too, and we reduce it by using the lithopology technique, and it has reduced the face has decreased from original file. And next, we make the scene for the Wat Arun metaverse. We put the wall, the tree, and the river, แม่น้ำเจ้าพระยา river, and like this, and here is the Wat Arun metaverse right now. That is my presentation.
Thank you, Ponsub. Another round of applause. If you want to try it out yourself later, she can do a demo on the other side of the room. Thank you, Ponsub. Next, we have our next speaker from Open Reality Cloud, who's actually talking about that. We have Mr. Stephen Black. Another round of applause for Stephen Black.
Okay, hello everyone. First I'd like to say my presentation is probably very short, but what I'd really like to encourage you to do is come back. I have 2 demonstrations back there, and today and yesterday just talking to people. I learned a lot from you, and I think some good ideas were exchanged. So again, I have 2 demonstrations. I have 2 demonstrations set up in the back, and that makes AR so much easier to understand. I've said this many times, it's so easy to understand when you hold the phone in your hand. It's so difficult to explain technically. Okay, so I am the spatial cinema artist of the Open Augmented Reality Cloud. That's a fancy title. Actually, you can almost do no spatial cinema yet because the technology is so slow. So we were a bit forward thinking. I have done all kinds of exhibitions with photos, with 3D objects, with sound, and with video that you can do. I'm self-taught. I'm a researcher, producer, and presenter. I just became infatuated and focused on augmented reality in 2015 and taught myself, and eventually I've spoken at MIT, I've spoken at Columbia, I've spoken in Hong Kong Polytech, so I feel like I've learned something and I've got a lot to share, so again, please come back. Maith is the name of the company that I've set up, and I'm going to try and forward this without goofing it up. Okay, I goofed it up, sorry. The Open Augmented Reality Cloud is a group of volunteers trying to create, I'm sorry, so how do I forward? Okay, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I've given presentations. Okay, Bari, Italy, 2018. A company called Augmented.City created a digital twin of 100 square kilometers, about 30 square miles. And the technical foundation for that was based on the standards by the OARC, Open Augmented Reality Cloud, and the Metaverse Standards Forum. Both of those groups are very influential in trying to create an ethical and open digital twin world. Or when we map the world, we're creating a digital twin. Whether it's a private area or a public area, a part of a city or a kitchen, we want to make sure that the data is handled responsibly and ethically. So the first public project in that, in Bari, Italy, was a project called Bubico First Flight, which I produced. And so technically, Bubico is the first project in the metaverse. And the metaverse, I will explain. Okay, well, I get to another slide. I'm going to jump ahead of myself. The metaverse is actually the real world plus the virtual world. Everyone seems to think that it's only a virtual world, but ultimately, there will be an interaction between the real world and the virtual world, and we see examples of this with pass-through. That's a good example of what will be coming. So, AR I divided into two groups, ice cubes and oceans. Ice cubes, one user, temporary. I've set something up back there, which is temporary. Once I'm gone, once I leave, it'll be gone. But I also set up something that's permanent. So if I come back next year, it will still be there. Anybody that has a QR code can see what is there. So ice cubes, temporary, oceans are permanent. I'm gonna go. Okay, AR content, what are we actually showing? 2D, JPEGs, 3D objects, video, audio. Right now, the limit is about 15 megs. It can be anything that you want. Of course, we always have to test because we're at the mercy of Wi-Fi and internet connections, but that is the content that I'm working with, experimenting with. AR experience before 2025, it was pretty much app only. And there were a few other complications, but recently I've been very fortunate to find some companies that have jumped ahead of things so that the end user now just needs a QR code. And again, one of the examples in the back is with a QR code. The other example is an ice cube, meaning I can only show it to you on my phone. So now web-based, only QR code is happening. So the procedure for the oceans, we create a digital map, we scan it. Then that goes into the computer and we have a 3D model. Once the model is okay, then we add the content, and we can add the content remotely. So whether I'm in America or Paris or Tokyo or wherever, I can add content to any location in the world. And then check and proceed. Safety and privacy are absolute priorities, especially outside. If the AR that I'm talking about is through your phone. So if you're using your phone and you're walking backwards into a car, that's not a good thing. And the other thing is if you're in a public space and there's content here, and I'm doing this with my phone, people might get upset and say, why are you taking my picture? So we want to avoid those. Okay, why? It's information related to a specific location. That's the main strength. And the information can be updated easily. So if you, for example, in Fukuoka, I did something with the fruit store, and their fruit could vary. One day it could be peaches, could be strawberries, could be mangoes. They send me the JPEG, and I can install it immediately. So they don't have to print, and they're busy, so that updated information is very handy for them. Language versions can be done inexpensively. With buildings, if you're doing something with history or architecture or archaeology, you can put on the location what it looked like before or after. And AR avatars, guides, and maps, those are all coming. It's a bit early because, again, you're limited by a small file size. That's it. I hope all of you can come back. I really enjoyed talking to people and getting your ideas because there is so much potential here for education that I'd really like to listen to you. So sorry about my throat. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Another round of applause for Steve. So again, we encourage you to follow him to the other side of the room so that you can try out his applications. Really cool ones. Now we move on to the next speakers. They will be presenting what they titled as From A-Frame to 3D Vista, Enhancing Virtual Reality Tours in Language Learning. Let's give it up for Ms. Jessa Perez and Christine Pessimo.
So good afternoon. Good afternoon. We'll be talking about from A-Frame to 3D Vista, enhancing virtual reality tours in language learning. So good afternoon. We'll be talking about from A-Frame to 3D Vista, enhancing virtual reality tours and language learning. So what is virtual reality? Virtual reality, or VR, is now a powerful tool for learning languages. It lets students practice in realistic and immersive environment, just like real-life situations. So, A-Frame versus 3D Vista. A-Frame is a web framework requiring coding knowledge. And then 3D Vista is a more user-friendly platform for designing VR tours for language education. So while A-Frame offers greater customization, it can be also too technical for non-programmers. While on the other hand, 3D Vista is easier to use but has limited interactive capabilities. So for the background of the studies, A-Frame and 3D Vista are both used to develop VR experiences, but which is more effective for language education. So this will lead us to our main objectives. So this research aims to compare A-Frame and 3D Vista in creating language learning tools. Second, examine how easy each platform is to use and customize. Third, is explore the effect of transitioning from A-Frame to 3D Vista on virtual language learning tools.
For our theoretical framework, we use design-based research, which involves the designing and improving VR tools based on feedback. The second one is the content analysis, where researchers studied existing VR tours to see which features best support language learning, and the cultural historical activity theory, or CHAT, that helps researchers understand how tools like A-Frame or 3D Vista affect learners' language experiences. For our methodology, platform analysis, we compared A-Frame and 3D Vista based on documented features, usability, and customization through case studies and developer resources. Second one is the literature review. So we synthesized findings from previous research on VR applications in language learning, and comparative evaluation. We examined the theoretical advantages and limitations of both platforms based on existing implementations and academic discussions. So for our results and discussions, the first one is customization versus ease of use. A-Frame lets you fully customize your virtual reality tour, but you must know how to code. And while 3D Vista is easier to use and it doesn't require programming, but it has fewer options for interactivity. Interactive and immersive VR experiences help students stay engaged. So 3D Vista gives guided 360-degree tours that make cultural learning easier, while A-Frame can create more interactive and dynamic activities, but it takes more time and technical skill. So who uses what? Teachers with technical skills prefer A-Frame for its flexibility. However, for most educators, 3D Vista is the better choice because it's simple and quick to use and no coding is needed. So here is the sample VR tour in language learning created in 3D Vista, and you can scan this QR code if you want to try the VR tour. And for those who are interested to have an overview of the 3D Vista software and other VR tours applications, we can show it to you in the demo area after this. Thank you.
Okay, another round of applause for Jessa and Tin.
All right, so we will proceed to the next presentation titled Developing a Local-to-Local Across-Border Scheme. Local-to-Local Across-Border Scheme model between Fujino and Maahas, an immersive learning experience. Ms. Noreen Alazada, Sir Ferdinand Maquito, and Chancellor Joanne Serrano. All right, let's proceed to the presentation. Ms. Noreen Alazada from FMDS, UPOU.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I am Noreen Lazada, and I am joined by Dr. Ferdinand C. Maquito. And together with our Chancellor, we're excited to share with you our project titled Developing a Local-to-Local Across-Border Scheme or Labs, an immersive learning experience between Fujino and Maahas. So we live in an era where local communities across the globe face shared sustainability challenges, whether it's environmental, degradation, community resilience, or inclusive learning. As you can see in this diagram, we have a number of these challenges that we all face. Communities or community space worldwide. Labs was born from a need to connect the communities, not just through policies or institutions, but through place-based knowledge and shared experiences. So at UPOU, this concept emerged from our Community of Nations and Nation of Communities, or CNNC short course, which encourages learners to rethink diplomacy from the ground up, community to community, and the components of SILK, or our Sustainability in Action Living Laboratory Campus Program. LABS stands for Local to Local Across Border Scheme, a framework for building collaborative relationships between towns or localities in different countries. So our pilot project connected Fujino, a transition town in Japan known for grassroots sustainability practices, and Maahas, the host barangay of UPOU in Los Baños. So through labs, we envisioned these communities engaging in joint immersive learning, cultural exchange, and technology-supported storytelling using tools like Google My Maps, as you can see, AR/VR, and walking-based reflection methodologies. So this 360 photos or videos were taken from our immersive walks at Maahas last April 2, where we saw our community partners during the walk in April 11 at Fujino, taken at the Permaculture Center, Japan. So the research objective was to develop a conceptual framework or model for immersive place-based collaboration between two geographically distant communities, so Fujino and Maahas. So we focus on designing a shared learning framework based on walking methodologies, using interactive digital maps to enable cross-border engagement, and anchoring the model in sustainability visions that both towns already hold. So ultimately, we want this to be scalable and not just be for Fujino and Maahas, but for other towns and communities worldwide. For our methodology, we began with desk research and social network analysis, wherein two key principles guided us. So we have cohesion, where we have direct ties between individuals or groups, like co-hosting or events or exchanging messages. And then equivalence, indirect connection through similar roles or values, even if no formal link exists. To deepen this engagement, we added the immersive walking methodology inspired by Shinrin-yoku, or forest bathing, a practice that uses nature walks for reflection and stress relief. So this approach promotes mindfulness, presence, and place-based learning, perfect for a sustainability context. And then our desk research led us to a vision matching matrix between Fujino and Maahas. So this vision matching helped us identify common ground for collaboration, both literally and symbolically. So these shared elements became anchor points for our Greenway design. So we found three major elements that Fujino and Maahas share. So the first, both towns have developed or piloted community currencies. For UPOU, we have Alitaptap community currency, and then Fujino, we have the Yorozu. And then second, both prioritize permaculture, with learning gardens and permaculture centers forming a major part of their community action. And lastly, they both emphasize forested greenways, thus the immersive walking methodology used, whether through Fujino's Forest Working Group or Maahas's Makiling Tree Corridor. And then we then designed the Greenway walking routes in both towns to serve as immersive, reflective learning paths. So this is in Fujino, as you can see in the map. So we have two routes charted from the train station, from Fujino station. So the two photos on the left side is from our seminar at the Mori Lab, where we met the founder of the Yorozu and then the Denryoku representative who shared with us sustainable energy solutions. Okay, and then on the lower right side, you can see our group photo at the Permaculture Center, Japan. And then in Maahas, we mapped a 6-kilometer route from UPOU to forested areas, passing by key sustainability learning sites like the Perma Garden and Binhi Arboretum. So these are not just scenic hikes, they are interactive digital experiences shared through Google Maps and soon to be enhanced with AR/VR documentation. And then here's our framework, of course guided by social network analysis. We build labs through two kinds of connections. So from cohesion, when people from both towns meet, and such as through joint seminars or Greenway walks. So these photos are from our online and our on-site or face-to-face interactions with members of the Fujino community and the UPOU and Mahas community. And then equivalence or indirect connection through similar roles or values, even if no formal link exists. So when their activities mirror each other, Fujino and Maahas, like having similar sustainability projects like the community currency and the replication of sustainable energy efforts of Fujino, then Ryoku to community partners in the Philippines. And the walking paths serve as shared metaphors or learning tools with points of interest, reflections, and even 360-degree views to be experienced collaboratively and even remotely. So the digital layer transforms a local experience into a shared global narrative. So again, the Maahas Greenway map. So during the walks, participants answer some reflective questions listed on the left side. So how do you relate with your environment? What surprises did you encounter that the digital map didn't show? What local knowledge or sustainability insight emerged? And then the participants document this through photos, as you can see, audio and narrative reflections which are geotagged and shared on the map. So this participatory process empowers communities to tell their own stories, visualize, share goals, and collaborate creatively using digital tools. So what's next for us with labs? So we are integrating this framework into a micro-credential course at FMDS UPOU and courses like SUS 304 under the DSUS program or Doctor in Sustainability. Next, we plan to scale labs to connect other communities, especially with ASEAN and Japan. And we're already on the second year of our Community of Nations and Nation of Communities course. So we're planning to scale this up with the conduct of the second year. And last, we aim to develop AR/VR models or modules and virtual installations that bring these green ways to life. So this work is part of a broader movement where immersive learning, sustainability, and global local partnerships meet. So if this idea resonates with you, we'd love to hear from you. So let's build more labs together. So thank you.
Hello. Thank you, Ms. Noreen. So it's quite interesting how technology can now facilitate and document these kinds of collaboration and knowledge sharing. So thank you, Ms. Noreen and team. So for those who are curious about this project, you may continue the discussion at the lounge area. So right now, allow me to introduce the next speaker. The topic will be on traversing the Makiling Greenway, an immersive learning experience using the walking methodology by Chancellor Joan Vicerano, Sir Max Makito, and Ms. Janelle Ebron. They are represented by Sir Max.
Yeah, thank you for using my nickname. This is actually the application paper of the framework that Noreen was discussing. So, but Noreen covered a lot, so that I'll just focus on a few points. Siguro some background, it started with former Dean Joanne saying, can't we connect FMDS activity with the faculty of FICS, no? Of the Dean Rob. Of course, FMDS Dean now is Dean Fina. So the answer there was, we have the labs, which was already explained, and they have immersive technology learning. So why don't we put them together? And what was born was the Greenway that was being shown, where you have, it's 2D, sorry if you're looking for a 3D application, it's 2D, and you have clickable points, but the points there are the result not of some encyclopedia or research that was done by scholars, but by the community members who walked that route and reflected on a common topic that binds the two towns that we're looking at. It's Maahas in Los Baños and Fujino in Kanagawa Ken. No? So these are two, and we did the walk April 11, 6 kilometers. So what we did really was to find, using equivalence, a social network concept, to find an equivalent path. So when we designed this, we already had in mind that there will be a 6-kilometer path in Fujino. And that was, why 6 kilometers? But because that's the distance from Fujino Station, the closest station, to the permaculture center of Japan. That's where we want. So that's why it's 6 kilometers. So you see right now, this is the equivalent, and there are 4 landmarks. It's a greenway essentially because you start from a permaculture garden. That's also a common point in the, well, we call it the Fujino Maahas Greenway Corridor. No? We've dubbed that route. This one is Makiling Greenway Corridor in Los Baños, also known as the Maahas Fujino Greenway Corridor. Just to have that sort of equivalent entanglement, which is suggested by social network analysis. So the second point is still a greenway. It's the Binhi Arboretum. And then it goes to a community, which is, we titled it in 2 ways. It's given a name, PNR Terminal Station and Trolley Community, just to capture the tension that that community has. Because PNR is planning to widen the railways, and that will dislocate a lot of those community members. Then it ends with the Makiling Forest Trail. So there's a lot of greenway there. And then the reflections, which even now we are collecting for the Fujino hike, were written down, and you can mark them out in the route, and you can see them as the blue locators. So you have the train trolley morning, mystery pedestrian lane. So these were reflections based on the common vision of sustainability for the two. Father, Son, Tree, and Makiling, we'd like to thank Sir Ari for that. The prime mover, and that's about Chancellor Joanne, and reverse 360. So we have a 360 camera, but we did the reverse. And then we have interest point of interest near the garden. It's a firefly. We're able to take shots, although poor quality. Maybe we'll have better cameras. No? Maybe I'll just show one. One of the points of interest, which is the result of reflections by the ones. So it's like Shinrin Yoku in Japanese, which is mindful walking through the forest bathing, and then but with a proactive research orientation. Talagang susulat po, no, are we all Tagalog here? No? Oh, okay. You have to write your reflections. No? So this is one in the trolley community, a normal morning, maybe. That's Norin shouting.
Okay,
So that community member, you can see, was sort of making a defiant statement, no, and rubbing his ears. You're very noisy, no. That happens every day. You can hear the PNR, and the PNR train was not really slowing down. It was that regular speed. I guess that's all I have to add. But yes, it is a semi-AR VR attempt that we have done right now. But the younger researchers are so avid in putting in a 360 element into this work. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation, Sir Max and team. So this really helps in providing a platform for knowledge created in communities. So if you want to connect and potentially maybe replicate this project, please feel free to discuss with Sir Max and his team at the lounge. So at this point, allow me to introduce the next presenter. So the topic will be MagCell, Metaverse-based Adaptive, Gender-Sensitive Social Emotional Learning by Daniel Alexis Cruz from UP Cebu.
Minasan konnichiwa, hajimemashite, kurusu daniro desu. Philippine kara kimashita, Philippine Daigaku Cebu de benkyou shinasu desu. Senko wa computer science desu. 4年生 desu. 21歳 desu. Dozo yoroshiku onegaishimasu. Now that I've introduced myself, let's take a moment to sneak a peek into the exciting world of the metaverse. What you see here is not just an image of a far-off future. This is a vision of the reality we're gravitating towards. A reality where the lines between the physical and digital worlds are blending seamlessly. In this reality, education isn't a static experience. It's dynamic, engaging, and personalized to you. And that, my friends, is what we're building with Maxel. It's a no-brainer that education, as powerful as it is, still faces some serious challenges. The first one is global disparities in access to quality education. There are still many regions where education is still a privilege, not a right. Another big issue we face today is the lack of personalized and inclusive learning environments. We often rely on one-size-fits-all systems that don't account for the diverse needs of students. Lastly, the most critical issue is the emotional and cognitive diversity of students. Many systems overlook this, and when that happens, we see disengagement and frustration leading to unfortunate circumstances. So, how do we solve these issues? How can we create an educational system that's not just reactive, but adaptive to the diverse needs of learners? That's where MagCell comes in. It's an AI-driven adaptive learning system integrated with gender-sensitive social-emotional learning in the metaverse. It ensures that everyone, no matter their emotional state, gets personalized learning. Whether you're feeling stressed or confident, MagCell adapts to you. MagCell has two core components, the custom server-based chatbot and the wave function collapse algorithm. Imagine a chatbot that not only answers your questions, but understands your emotions and adapts its responses accordingly. This chatbot is powered by sentiment analysis, meaning it can assess how you're feeling during the lesson and adjust its approach to match your emotional state. So, if you're feeling stressed, it can slow things down, simplify the questions, or even suggest a break. On the other hand, if you're in a more focused mood, it can introduce more complex challenges to keep you engaged. Now let's talk about the wave function collapse algorithm. This is the heart of dynamic environment generation in MagCell. With WFC, the virtual world you interact with isn't static. It evolves based on your emotional state. The environment could change from a calm, serene space like a garden to a more intense, focused classroom setting, depending on how you're doing. This allows for a truly personalized learning experience that responds to your emotional needs in real time. MagCell relies on three key technologies to create its dynamic immersive experience: Unity, Flask, and the wave function collapse algorithm. Unity is our choice for the metaverse development. It's a powerful engine that allows us to create 3D environments where learners can interact and navigate freely. It's the foundation for MagCell's dynamic virtual worlds and ensures everything is visually engaging and easy to navigate. Flask is a lightweight-based back-end framework that powers the server-side logic. It integrates the AI-driven components such as the sentiment analysis chatbot with the virtual world. Flask ensures real-time interactions and smooth data flow between the models and Unity. Lastly, wave function collapse, as I said earlier, is the secret sauce behind the procedural generation. It allows the environment to adapt and evolve dynamically based on the learner's emotional state. So, MagCell doesn't just create a learning environment. It transforms how we engage with education. Aligned with the US SDGs, MagCell promotes quality education, gender equality, and reduced inequalities, ensuring inclusive and equitable education for all. So we've discussed the potential of MagCell, but what good is it if you can't experience it? Although I can't provide a live demonstration here today, I've prepared some short tips to give you a taste of how MagCell works in action. In MagCell, learning isn't about watching a screen, it's about active interaction. Its sentiment analysis reads the emotions behind the learner's interactions. Emotional feedback is key to MagSal as it monitors learners' emotions throughout the experiences. It also integrates quizzes that adjust in difficulty based on your engagement level. Lastly, MagSal evolves in real time as an environment that can switch from a serene garden to a campus and more. Okay. Before we wrap up, it's important to acknowledge a few limitations in MagSal's current form. While MagSal is designed to be adaptive and personalized, it relies heavily on cutting-edge technology, and this means it may not always be accessible to learners with low-spec devices or limited internet connectivity. Additionally, detecting the emotional states with perfect accuracy is still a challenge. While the system works well in most cases, there are instances where subtle emotional cues may not be perfectly interpreted, leading to adjustments that might not be fully accurate. As of now, some of the environments may feel limited or repetitive, so increasing the variety of assets or enhancing the procedural generation system will be key to creating a more dynamic, unique, and engaging learning environments. Lastly, as MagSal grows, scalability and ensuring consistent performance across large user bases will require continuous resources and optimization. So that's a wrap for MagSal. To sum it up, MagSal is not just about enhancing learning, it's about understanding the learners, adapting to their emotional states, and empowering them to succeed in a dynamic, immersive world. So if you'd like to discuss anything related to the field, I'd be happy to connect with those who share similar interests or work in related areas. Feel free to approach me at the back. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you very much. This is a very interesting and quite relevant direction, especially to many of us who are educators. So if you're interested in a demo or if you're curious about more about these features that it has, please feel free to approach Daniel at the lounge area. So next presentation, I would like to welcome Ms. Elizabeth Olivares Flores from International Christian University for her presentation, From the Classroom to the Workplace, Gen Z's Adoption of the Metaverse.
Well, hello, nice to meet you. I'm Elizabeth Olivares Flores. I'm a master's student at International Christian University, researching the metaverse from Gen Z's perspective. So for this talk, I want to talk about more of the future, about what the metaverse might become. For this, I want to first look up at the assumptions we made about the metaverse and what is Gen Z's role in creating this. Starting with that the metaverse isn't only a technology, but it will become a socio-technological system that will reshape how we live, work, and connect, just like the internet did at some time. Second, it will become a widespread adoption, just like phones and computers did once. What we feel and it's experimental today may soon become expected, normalized. So the real question then is, under what terms? Lastly, and I think one of the most important ones, is that the metaverse, it's useful. It has the potential to expand our access, to help us connect and create more presence. And because of this potential, it is important to understand how it's being introduced. So then, why Gen Z? So the first generation to experience this shift beyond entertainment, it's going to be Generation Z. Those born between late 19s, early 2010s, and are the first generation to grow fully digital. They already have blurred lines between what's physical and virtual, and they already have some virtual identities. I mean, most of us already have a virtual profile. So it's not surprising that they are the current main adopters of the metaverse. But Gen Z isn't just using immersive platforms. They are testing them. They have gone beyond entertainment and social spaces, and have been accessing through the institutions that allows them, like education. Not by choice, but because the education system and these institutions are suggesting this new way. And through this, Generation Z is now trying to set new standards. They are defining what is going to be normal, what's going to be expected, what's going to be professional, and how we'll feel about the metaverse. They are the pilot generation. So then, what kind of future are we preparing for Gen Z through the metaverse? The key point of this question is that there should be a balance between the influence about the institutions and the agency and imagination of Gen Z. If we follow what is the social construction of technology, technology is shaped by its people, not just by hardware. So the role of Gen Zs is this, to define the behavior, the choices, and the values that future generations will follow. So to reflect more on this, I want to look at some cases. First, creating our avatars. This is one of the first moments when we encounter some of the unspoken rules of immersions. For me, when I was creating my avatar the first time, I had this weird thought. I thought, have I always been this brown? And then I immediately start to fix my avatar, the skin, my nose, my lips. And I realized that it wasn't just about design. It was about what are the identities that are acceptable and even invisible in the metaverse. My second case is about classroom simulation. This is at Jushi High School, which is a fully metaverse high school in Japan, where they encourage the students to create the avatar of their choice, to have freedom of appearance, and just be themselves through the personalized avatars. But freedom of appearance does not mean freedom of choice. This is a school. This is a simulation classroom, so they still have to go to virtual classroom. They are still expected to graduate. They still have a structure. There are expectations that they have to follow. Even in the metaverse, they have to follow institutional rhythms. So then, when this goes beyond the classroom, we have this. This is Hello World virtual jobs. This is a metaverse virtual fair, where college students go through the avatars in what looks like a new format, the metaverse, but with quite familiar rules. They have to follow unspoken protocols, present themselves professionally, because they are looking for a job in a new platform, but following completely traditional settings. Going back then to Gen Z's use, and this is when they have to decide what are they going to follow from the institutions that are given. Are they going to push back in the metaverse and create their own ideas, or are they just going to adopt the ones that the institutions give them? At the end, this generation are the architects that will build what are the immersive worlds. So let's go back to classrooms. Like I said before, immersive learning, it's one of the gateways that people, Gen Zs, can get to the metaverse outside of entertainment. It is provided by an institution, and therefore it usually mirrors what its traditional being. Like we have virtual classrooms with chairs, with tables. But we should go beyond what its technical skills, because they are learning more about the unspoken expectations, the norms that they have to follow in these new virtual spaces. And therefore, as institutions that are using this, they should also teach more than what is just digital literacy. They should teach them how to perform, how to identify, and how to co-create in these spaces. If we try to imagine a better immersive future, then we have to go beyond what is replicate and try to reimagine it. At the end of the point, what we teach in the classroom, it's what they will take with them when they go to other virtual places, to their workplace, to socializing. So I want to say that Gen Z now it's the testing pilot, it's a pilot generation because they're in real time now framing what the future will become. And for a better, more immersive future with a better design, we have to consider what is Gen Z's agency in parallel. So I leave us with these questions. What are we teaching Gen Z to adapt to the metaverse or to question it, to reshape it, or imagine something better? And that was all. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that very thought-provoking presentation. So it provides us a lot to think about, actually, and reflect about on the direction we create as we accept, integrate, and shape the metaverse. Additionally, it makes us think of the reality that we allow the metaverse to create. So if you want to engage in further discussions, please feel free to chat with Elizabeth at our lounge room. Now, please allow me to call the next presenter with the topic, Using Immersive Technologies to Study and Detect Gender Bias, a Literature Review, Dr. Maria Lourdes Harabe.
Okay. Well, can it be seen now? Good afternoon. So it's coming from a Gen X perspective, no, joining in the discussion. So let's try to weigh in as a Gen Xer. All right, I read. Is it not yet? Hindi pa. Okay, anyway, hello. So while waiting, I can probably give you some entertainment. So it's not. Go. So we cannot have a dead air, right? All right. Why is it not showing? Okay. Wala. Ano ba dapat gawin? Okay. All right. Okay, so while waiting for the presentation to load, I'd like to probably be able to speak with the previous two discussants. No? So, yeah. All right, thank you. Again, good afternoon, everyone. I am pleased to share some of our preliminary results from our study. This is being done together with Assistant Professor LJ. You must have forgotten. Anyway, that examines how immersive technologies can be used to study and detect gender bias. So our research explores the intersection of social, cultural, psychological, and technological dimensions in bias detection. Okay. So, as you see, detecting gender bias is a highly nuanced and challenging due to multiple overlapping factors. There are deeply internalized socio-cultural norms developed over generations, making gender bias particularly difficult to identify. Okay? But we've come to find out that immersive technologies offer new ways to study and measure both explicit and implicit gender attitudes. These tools provide unique opportunities for perspective-taking experiences and bias assessment. Okay. According to Bailenson et al., in their research, it's demonstrated how virtual reality experiences can influence attitudes toward women in science. Their findings show promising results in bias reduction. And there are recent developments in augmented realities as documented by Frontiers in AI, showing how these technologies can help identify and measure gender biases in academic research settings. And so, in our methodology, we hope to incorporate pre- and post-intervention assessments to measure changes in both explicit and implicit gender attitudes, particularly focusing on domains resistant to traditional approaches. Okay? So according to, I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly, Witzel, immersive technologies offer a promising methodological breakthrough by providing controlled virtual environments where researchers can simulate real-world scenarios with precision. Okay? But we'll have to understand local cultural context. It is very crucial. So in our research, we should and we would like to emphasize the importance of developing culturally appropriate interventions rather than imposing Western conceptualizations. We also want to look at infrastructure analysis. Research shows that adequate technological infrastructure and resources are essential in effectively implementing immersive technologies in bias detection initiatives. This will have to be considered in our steps moving forward, considering our resource constraints as a nation. Now, in relation to educational research, there are studies showing that immersive technologies can create powerful educational experiences, juxtaposing the two pictures as you can see, that challenge existing gender bias in both academic and professional settings. Now, in our theoretical framework, we would like that the research integrates social psychology theories with technological innovations to understand how immersive experiences can influence bias formation and reduction. Okay? And in relation to the research gaps, current literature reveals several areas requiring further investigation, requiring measuring long-term effects of immersive interventions on bias reduction. So maybe that's another aspect of the research that we can prepare for, 2 or maybe 3 years from now. Okay. And we also noted that there are conflicting evidences. So we've identified some contradicting findings across these studies. Hence, we would like to highlight the need for standardized measurement protocols in immersive bias detection. How I wish I could do that. No? So I will have to refer to the techie Gen Z to help out. There are also implementation barriers. There are key challenges including technology access, cost considerations, and the need for specialized training in implementing immersive bias detection tools. Okay? There are also cultural considerations. And in one study, it emphasizes the importance of cultural sensitivity in developing and implementing bias detection tools. All right. In relation to future research needs, our initial findings suggest several promising directions for future research, particularly in developing more sophisticated measurement tools and intervention strategies. In relation to methodological gaps, we've identified specific areas where current methodologies need improvement, especially in measuring subtle or unconscious biases. Some literature recommendations that we've come across based on our review, we recommend focusing on developing standardized protocols using immersive technologies in bias detection. And for theoretical implications, we hope that our findings contribute to more theoretical understanding of bias formation and practical applications for bias reduction. And certainly, there are research opportunities. We conclude by highlighting opportunities for empirical investigation of immersive technologies as both assessment and intervention tools in gender bias detection. Thank you for your kind attention. Magandang hapon. Good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you for this, Dr. Harabe. So it's very interesting to think of and explore how these immersive technologies have many uses, even in the purpose that benefit the gender advocacy. So while this still has many limitations, this is a welcome step and a welcome exploration nonetheless. So at this point, please allow me to welcome the next presenter with the topic Exploring Immersive Technology in Social Work and Gender and Development Practice and Education. Allow me to welcome Dr. Fina Flor Thailand.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Assistant Professor LJ, for that very kind and generous introduction. Wala nga sinabi. It's okay. Okay. To be very honest, this is a new topic for me. I'm a social worker by profession and a gender and inclusion advocate and professional as well. So this is a very challenging topic which I am very interested in exploring, thus the title, Exploring. Anyway, so let me just give you a brief background about what social work is, although one of my colleagues in the university already provided a discussion on this in relation to field instruction, which is also one of the meat of our curriculum, social work curriculum. But to sum it up, because there's a global definition of social work by our International Professional Association. But to sum it up, social work deals with people and their environments and the problems and opportunities within these transactions. And as a discipline, social work, and included there is gender and development, extends beyond individual interactions to include policy advocacy, community mobilization, and systemic transformation. This is beyond providing relief goods. In the Philippines, we call it ayuda and all those stuff, no? It should be beyond that because we believe in the micro, meso, and macro level of assessment and interventions. One of the emerging areas in social work and even in gender and development practice, which was already been discussed by our colleague Doc Malu, is the use of immersive technology in education and training and even in the practice. So we would like, I personally would like to explore these as this may provide new ways for to engage learners and professionals and even our client systems in interactive and impactful learning experiences and to facilitate personal, societal, and even social transformation. So here are some of the things that I have seen in the literature where I could explore in relation to immersive technology in social work and gender and development. So virtual reality simulations. So VR can create fully immersive digital environments where social work students, practitioners, together with their clients, can engage in realistic scenarios such as client interviews, crisis interventions, and even policy discussions. The lecture a while ago, one of the plenary sessions a while ago, discussing or showing to us how the simulated United Nations meeting, I could resonate to that, no? And then for gender and development education, VR can provide simulations of gender-based violence interventions, empowering learners to develop sensitivity and strategic responses in a safe learning space, even without the client there. And then second is on augmented reality for case studies. Social work and gender and development practitioners' life lies on case studies. AR overlays digital information into the real world, allowing students and professionals to interact with contextualized case studies. This technology can be used to visualize community-based interventions, for example, showing how policies impact marginalized populations. AR can also facilitate engagement with historical and contemporary gender issues, offering a more immersive understanding of structural inequalities and advocacy efforts. Even at this point, there's still a huge part of the society which does not believe in gender equality. I will not anymore name some countries or societies for that matter. Mixed reality in training workshops. This combines elements of VR and AR to allow real-time interactions between learners and virtual clients or scenarios. This can be used in social work field training, just like how Assistant Professor Lloyd mentioned this a while ago, where students practice skills with digital avatars before engaging with real clients, reducing anxiety and increasing preparedness. For example, how we can be trained in doing counseling, the basic counseling techniques, interventions, and so on and so forth. And then lastly at this point is on interactive storytelling for empathy building. I think this may also go beyond the social work professionals. We may need, every one of us may need to have an improve empathy within us. No? Immersive storytelling through VR or AR can place learners and professionals in the perspective of marginalized individuals, enhancing our empathy and understanding or compassion of the social injustices that people experience. For example, experiencing the life of a refugee through VR can deepen awareness and inform more effective social work interventions. And even those who are experiencing war or, for example, injustices in their own countries and societies. Of course, I would love also to look into how the perspectives of various stakeholders, especially the client system, in this immersive technology. And of course, just like what were mentioned, ethical and practical considerations may need to be looked into in exploring this and institutionalizing these systems, like in the areas of privacy and data security, accessibility and digital divide, as we all know, cultural sensitivity, and cost and sustainability. For a lack of material time, I will not anymore discuss each. So I go straight to my conclusion. So the integration of immersive technology onto the social work and gender and development education and practice presents a transformative opportunity, very aligned and consistent with the profession's mandate, to enhance experiential learning, empathy building, and practical skill development. This may have the potential to revolutionize how social work students and practitioners and even clients engage with real-world challenges. However, ethical considerations, accessibility concerns, and stakeholder engagement must guide the adoption of these technologies to ensure that they serve the broader goals of social transformation, social justice, and equity. As social work and gender and development practice continue to evolve, immersive technology can serve as a powerful tool for creating more interactive, inclusive, and impactful learning experiences. Future research should focus, I'm talking to myself here, on evaluating the effectiveness of these tools in various educational contexts and even practice fields, and exploring strategies to make them accessible to a wider audience, especially within the Philippine context. And I mentioned there, for my final point, we should be able to look into various technologies, but our major consideration should be for the benefit of the people, especially the marginalized. So that's all, folks. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you for your presentation, Dr. Fina. So we can see through the presentation how immersive technologies are becoming more and more relevant, especially in social work and social work education, given that sometimes sensitive matters are dealt with in the discipline. So if you want to engage in further discussions with Dr. Thailand, please feel free to connect with her in the lounge room. So at this point, please allow me to welcome the next presenter with the topic, Innovative Solutions for UPOU Facilities Rental, Virtual Tour Creation and Integration of an Online Reservation System, Ms. Victoria T. Canape Biligal.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I'm, as our host mentioned, moderator mentioned, I'm Victoria T. Canape Baligal from the Campus Development and Management Office of the UP Open University, along with my colleague, Ms. Natalie Rosbanting, also from CDMO UP Open University, and Ms. Cherry Flor Datoy, a student of the Master of Information Systems UPOU, is pleased to present our paper titled Innovative Solutions for a UPOU Rental Facility, Integration of a Virtual Tour and an Online Reservation System. These are the topics that I'm going to discuss this afternoon. So at UPOU, The academic residences, or we call it AR, serve as an essential role in hosting guests for academic and official activities. However, the current reservations process is outdated and inefficient. It relies on manual system via Google Form, where staff must confirm bookings and room availability manually. This process is prone to delays, lacks interactivity, and is not integrated with UPOU's general virtual tour. One major issue is the last-minute cancellation and no-shows, which waste resources and staff efforts. In 2024, the latter part, we received about 700, more than 700 online inquiries, email inquiries, and more than 1,800 guests from across the Philippines, as far as the provinces from Benguet in the north and Zamboanga del Sur and Sulu in the south, and even international guests. Yet, these guests have no visual preview of the facility and no seamless way to book their reservations. By integrating the facility-specific virtual tour with real-time online reservation system, we aim to offer more accessible, interactive, and efficient system that can potentially be scaled across other UPOU rental facilities. This study aligns with the university's mandate under Republic Act 9500, an act strengthening the University of the Philippines system as the national university to promote public service, innovation, and sustainability. Our goal is to modernize facility management, enhance guest experience, and reduce administrative burden. Hence, our objectives are as follows. So in the interest of time, I will not read each one of them anymore. So our theoretical basis for this study is the Technology Acceptance Model, or TAM, which emphasizes perceived ease of use and usefulness as key drivers for system adoption. So for our methods, we followed a systematic approach involving needs assessment, system design and development, prototype testing, and evaluation. So for the online reservation system, we are in the prototype stage where we collaborated with a student in the Master of Information Systems. So let us view the recorded presentation of Ms. Datoy. Can we play the...
Provides an overview of the facility, room availability, and corresponding rates, all laid out in a simple, user-friendly interface. Once the system is fully functional, users will be able to select their preferred accommodation type, specify the number of guests, and choose check-in. Good day, everyone. I'm Sherry, a student of the University of the Philippines Open University, taking my master's in Information Systems. I'm currently developing the UPOU Academic Residences online reservation system. It is a project built using the PHP Laravel framework empowered by MySQL database. The Laravel framework allows for fast and secure web development and it integrates well with the relational structure of MySQL. This combination ensures a stable foundation for handling reservation, guest information, and admin processes. On your screen is the prototype of the homepage. This page will be accessible through the UPOU virtual tour and will serve as the main entry point for users who want to make a reservation at academic residences. The homepage is being designed to be clear and informative. It provides an overview of the facility, room availability, and corresponding rates, all laid out in a simple, user-friendly interface. Once the system is fully functional, users will be able to select their preferred accommodation type, specify the number of guests, and choose check-in and check-out dates. To ensure secure transactions, the system will only support online payments through the existing UPOU e-payment facility. This helps guarantee that all reservations are legitimate and prevent issues experienced in the past, such as guests canceling on the day of their reservations. The system will also include an admin panel for use by the facility's administrator and staff. Through this panel, they will be able to add or update room details, manage guest reservations, manage check-in and check-out, and generate or print important reports. The UPOU Academic Residences online reservation system is currently in development. It aims to deliver a user-friendly, secure, and efficient platform for managing room reservation of the facility, seamlessly integrated with the UPOU virtual tour experience. I'm grateful for this chance to present this project to everyone. It's truly an honor. Thank you for your time and attention.
So in conclusion, this project represents a forward-thinking solution to long-term standing inefficiencies in managing UPOU's rental facilities. By leveraging digital tools, we aim to enhance guest engagement, streamline operations, and set a model that can be adapted across the different rental facilities in UP Open University. With that, the next slide is the list of our references, and thank you very much for your time and listening.
Thank you po, Chief Vicky. So para na tayong Airbnb. Yes. All right. So thank you, Chief Vicky and team, for the presentation. So this is a very innovative approach to facility management, and I believe many can learn from and even replicate this practice. So for those who are interested in learning more about this modernization of UPOU processes, please feel free to discuss further with Chief Vicky. So maraming salamat po. And at this point, please allow me to call the next presenter with the topic, Drop Everything and Write More or Feel Like It, Learning Presence in a Metaverse, Dr. Juliet Aleta Villanueva. Can we see it? There. Good afternoon. Today, my story is about an instructional design case for an education research course where the Dear Metaverse is situated to examine learning presence among teacher researchers and other users engaged in research writing. I will take you to the why, what, and how of the Dear Metaverse as it evolved in the SSE 290, an education research course, and through the design thinking cycle. You see, attaining success in research writing expected of higher education researchers continue to be a challenge given, all the external factors such as academic workload, the lack of institutional support, and work-life balance, and internal factors, namely the actual demands of a research writing itself. Hence, this attempt to explore research writing, but in the metaverse. The design team meant to explore a research-based practice of research writing groups, but with an add-on. Doctoral writing groups have been reported in research as effectively supporting doctoral student researchers, especially in the dissertation writing phase.
So there was I being a member of my first research writing group. These groups offer structured opportunities for exchanging feedback, sharing writing samples, navigating the implicit academic tropes, and discussing challenges, thereby fostering both skill development and student agency. Now, Douglas and I, members of this research writing group, are also the co-developers of the SSE 290 research course. Among the other reasons to justify the use of the metaverse is found in this off element of the community of inquiry framework. If you're familiar with the COI, you see that there are 3 presences, and it has been there for like 2 decades. I've tried to study it for like 15 years. But you know, learning presence is now being proposed, but that was way back 2010. No. Fast forward, my colleague Lexter has taken a keen interest in learning presence. So having the deer in the metaverse would be a good way to revisit learning presence and examine it further, as defined and researched by She and Company 2013. Learning presence is the iterative processes of forethought and planning, monitoring and adapting strategies for learning, and reflecting on results that successful students use to regulate their learning in online and interactive elements. The DEAR as a learning activity was situated in a course within a program. So now we go to the what. This program had curriculum revisions underway. The revisions included an introduction of a set of new research courses under a new course classification, and with these come the modification of the SSE 290 research course. So as you can see, the bigger problem surrounding the lack of writing time would be the fact that we only had 1 research course at the MA level. Now, to see how messy it is, we're trying to solve the problem of the lack of protected time to do the actual research writing. Obviously, having 1 research course isn't enough. So if you look at that, the SSE 290 content has now been redistributed, keeping the SSE 290 Research and Social Studies Education, and having a new course, which is Seminar and Social Science Research Methods. Okay? So now going back again, now you can see a course running on 16 weeks with a lot of academic writing and research to be undertaken among full-time teacher researchers. So now with the revised course learning outcomes, and while looking at the horizontal syllabus with Douglas, the content expert, I, as instructional designer and course manager, was able to pinpoint at which time we could jumpstart the DEAR, the drop everything and write. Okay. Looking back, the creation and ideation of the solution started way back with little experiments among students and actual colleagues. So coming back from my PhD, I started the Shut Up and Write sessions. So that was, even while doing that and trying to publish, I was with Douglas in a research writing group once a week, and then Rob and I were together in another writing group of colleagues, okay? All of us were going through the dissertation phase, trying to publish, and then, of course, Rob spread the word of holding the Shut Up and Write sessions with colleagues and the dean. Then set up a metaverse. He set up a metaverse with his colleagues, but then we all graduated with our PhDs. Then we got busy, okay? So I held on with a constancy of purpose, and now more intelligently, through the redesign process of the SSE 290, and we first tried the DEAR session, Gmeet and Zoom. So we met, together during a specified time during weekends and off hours. And with the help of John, our metaverse custodian who is here with us, I was able to set it up using Frame VR. Okay. The testing phase ran for approximately 4 weeks among colleagues and students with weekday after work and weekend sessions. The participation has greatly was greatly coming from the students who are teacher researchers. I found my research students comfortably getting into the metaverse and chatting away their writing targets. Now I'm witnessing emerging examples of learning presence. Okay? So you can see here are some examples under each indicator, which she has proposed since 2012. So for future plans, it would be very interesting to proceed with the study either through an exploratory case study or design-based research, and maybe propose a project to sustain the subscription for add-on features, and of course, build a model for nimble course redesign using the design thinking cycle for colleagues and learning designers at UPOU there. And perhaps to promote the sessions with other MA students. And the still ongoing question, can learning presence as an element be integrated in the COI framework for HDR and ODL programs, or should we leave it be? And then perhaps it can stand alone as an entirely separate construct or in another framework that has yet to be. So there's an ongoing, theoretical battle in my brain, and it would be interesting what will happen to the learning presence after we do more of these dear sessions at the Metaverse there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doc Aleta. So I personally benefited from the presentation, and we'll try to do it with my ASEAN 300 students. Now, please allow me to welcome the second to the last presenter with the topic, Towards the Development of a Virtual Learning Environment in Roblox for Business Instruction in Repressive Environments, Assistant Professor Ari Halos.
So while we're setting up as a background, I'm exploring this because I'm involved in a global classroom which has students from various parts of the world, from South Africa, from Myanmar, for this, in this case, we're trying to teach women in Afghanistan. So that's why I'm trying to develop this. Okay na ba? Sorry. Okay, sorry na nakakantok yung background kung marinig nyo. Ay, sorry yan, puro Tagalog dito. Hindi. Ilan ako nirecord ko kasama yung Spotify.
UNESCO recognizes that gender equality is strongly linked with education. And that's why they're using a strategy to achieve both.
Okay, mag-live na lang ako. So these are the related studies to, what's this? From the start na lang ba? Okay, hindi na ako marinig. Okay, so taking it back from the top. So yeah, why Roblox? Because apparently it's not blocked in Afghanistan. So that's why we're using that. So first, so this is the outline. So what's the status of women in education based on their assessments of the UN SDGs? So yeah. The next slide. Bilisan mo magsalita, please. Ayun. So yeah, we're not on track. We're centuries behind in achieving gender equality. Centuries, imagine, di ba? So like, and aside from that, we're also falling behind in achieving equality education with millions to be uneducated by 2030, 84 million in fact. So yeah, the UNESCO recognizes that these two objectives, gender equality and quality education, come hand in hand. So they came up with this framework. So that's also the sort of framework I adopted for developing this. So yeah, here are the related studies about Rivera coming up with the framework for gamifying learning. Why gamifying? Because like we don't want the Taliban like this is actually happening in Afghanistan. That the Taliban is actually not just what's this? Di lang nila hinuhuli yung they're not just taking educators as prisoners. They're actually killing some of them. So that's why we're trying to come up with a way that when the Taliban comes in and the woman is trying to study, she won't be killed or whatever. So yeah, that's why another consideration is that we want to anonymize the students. We want to protect their security. At the same time, we also want to authenticate that they are the ones who are actually playing or learning through that game. So the course for which was this Roblox game will be developed for is it's here, ENT 105. It's Introduction to Sustainable Entrepreneurship. And here are the course objectives. But we will focus on course objective 3, which is to critically examine the sustainable entrepreneurship process and embed the pillars of sustainability in business development and organizational transformation. The name of the game is Cheshme. It comes with the Persian word for fountain. So you'll notice here that the SDG 5 and SDG 4 aren't included. Why? Because we're hiding the fact that the women are trying to learn. So yeah, for this game, we're trying to come up with a sample pump project. So they'll put up yung bomba, ganun no, sa Tagalog, in a village. So these are the activities that may be included. Kasi nga, it's still under development. There's a point here, yung convince government officials, it's something under debate pa. Kasi, it's still it's still under debate because, the Taliban, they're even preventing women from studying, so we're not sure if they'll allow development workers to put up water. So also, though not necessary, players can create women avatars. They can choose to be a male online, but really doesn't matter. It will be multi-platform authentication via an occasional live stream. So why? Here's the world's richest man, Elon Musk. He's said to be a top player in 2 games, but he was also rumored to hire top gamers to play on his behalf. So what did he do? Recently, he did a live stream from his Gulf stream, from his private jet. When he's in the air, he's playing these games, and he's, He's live streaming via Discord. So in this case, we're also asking the students to create not just a Roblox account, but also a Discord account. So yun, the game concept is you will install a well in a rural village, and the constraints are the water table depth, because it varies from location, the government permits, budget, skilled labor, and materials. Anyway, so, but the concept for now is it's like Counter-Strike. So other concerns are the security, playability in areas with slow speed and high lag, and the interest of the students in the game and learning of students from the game. So about playability, if Elon Musk can actually play, well, in the air, so, and live stream at the same time, we're hoping that a woman in Afghanistan, in Kabul, can also learn using the metaverse. So, ano pa ba? So yeah, so you'll see a insurgent here. Why? Because in this case, in the Afghanistan, maybe the terrorists won, taking from a counter-strike parlance. So yeah, we're trying to find a way that these women can still learn, diba? In that kind of environment. Hopefully with Roblox and Discord. So yeah, actually, ito na yung last slide.
Okay, thank you very much, Sir Ari. So thank you for this creative approach. I think it's interesting for us to explore and makes us think as well how we can be creative with this immersive technology, Roblox, which is not intended to be an educational platform, could be actually be used as an educational tool and can serve as a medium not only bypassing certain restrictions, but also creating an engaging environment for learning. So thank you very much, Sir Ari. So at this point, allow me to call on the last presenter for this afternoon with the topic Metaverse-Powered Robotics, the Future of Hands-on Learning, Mr. Pruk Sasithong from Chulalongkorn University.
Oh, duplicate, right? Okay. Oh, no, sorry. Just duplicate, right? It's come? Oh. I think I have to change the... Sorry, can I? Okay. Sorry, can see it. Oh. Oh. Yeah. Okay. Okay, thank you for introductions. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pruk Sasithong from Chulalongkorn University. I come from Department of Electrical Engineering. Today, I would like to present my work about the metaverse-powered robotics, the future of hands-on learning. First of all, I would like to introduce my work about the Mango, my platform that I and our team from Chulalongkorn have made. What is Mango? Mango is the metaverse of the academic nexus for global opportunities. It's initiative from Chula, but it is connected to other university, UPOU, and from Hokkaido, from KMU, TNB, and other university over the world. In this, we let everyone to make their own metaverse, and they can transform your education into this, the virtual space, and you can make your course or the experiments or laboratory to this metaverse platform. For today, I would like to show one of the metaverse for education. Is it the robotics experiments inside of this? So, what is the problem of to have this metaverse? The problem is start from in the robotic course. Do you know the robot? When you want to make the robot, when you learn the robotic course, you not only the programming in the software, but you need hardware, right? You need the physical, the real robot. But the hardware is expensive, it's costly, and you have to do at the place, right? You cannot do it remotely. You have to face, to touch, get in touch with the real robot. So, from this problem, our vision is to propose to make a robot to in the immersive, right? Make it to digital. We make the robot in the metaverse, but it's not only the robot. You can do many things from any time and anywhere, like the physical robot, like make the program, coding, make it like immersive, and you can play builds. Yeah, can do with this. This is our platform for robotics. You can join in this website, robotic-python.web.app. You can play with this. When you open it, you will see the white robot, right? It's ARM robotic. And if you know about the Python, you can coding it. You can control all the motor by adjust the rotates and control the pick up the object in 3D. What the technology stack behind this? We made it from the Unity, and we built it at the WebGL. Then it can run over the web browser from anywhere, any device. You can open with the Safari, Google Chrome. Yeah. And after that, we combine it with the Python programming. We use Python because in the July we have the programming class and start with Python. Because this language is simple that for the starter to learn the programming. And we also have this the Python class for robotics that you can control the physical robot that we have. You can use the same program from virtual and physical. Yeah. And this is very matters because now in the robot class, it's removed the geographic and financial barrier, right? You no need to buy the real robot, and you can, with the costless, you can control the industrial robot, and it's reduced. You can learn about the robot faster, and you can learn and try the experiment from your home, because you no need to come to lab, and when you have the knowledge, you have the experience about robot, you can control the real robot as industry. So before I finish my present, I will show something a little bit about my robot. Yeah. This is the website of the ARM. I have the code. It start with get the Arduino board on the first line, right? Because our robot is the controller is Arduino, the well-known microcontroller, and we get the data from the servo motor, and you can see the code to control, to setting the degree of each motor, and you can have the delay timing by sleep command. I will show when I run the code. You can see the robot is follow my code. Yeah. Maybe I reset again. Okay. Yeah. in this program, you have the some object moving on the conveyor. You can programming, run the robot. And you can play on your machine in this in the website that I showed before. And we also have the camera that to detect what kind of the object, and you can have the program give the condition how to robot to control given by image. Yes, that is all of my presentation. So because I'm the last section, maybe you go back after this. But tomorrow I'm still here. If you want to play the demo, you can ask me anytime. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Brook. So this is a very interesting presentation. It's another practice that we can all learn from on the applicability of immersive technology and its role in making education more accessible. So as mentioned, if you have questions for Dr. Brook, we invite you to hold on to your questions and you can ask them tomorrow, as he is also one of our panelists. So at this point, that was the last presentation. I would like to hand over the microphone to Eric Hawkinson.
I'm going to use 2 mics this time around, so everybody in the whole venue can hear me. Ladies and gentlemen, we have finished our first day of World Immersive Learning Labs. My esteemed colleagues, my new friends, our new, thriving, growing, passionate community is getting bigger and stronger, and what you have done today with your smiles, your participation, your passion for your work that shows through the presentations and interactions that we've had today are nothing but heartwarming and gives me more motivation to put forward another day which we will come and enjoy each other's company again tomorrow. So give yourselves one last round of applause for today. We heard this morning from our keynote speaker, Dr. Shannon Putman, about a widespread use and deployment of VR headsets in the United States. Yeah, sure, you can give her another round of applause. And we came up to our venue here in this event space, and we heard from Dave Dolan, Paul Rain, Pat Bonglasip, Liam, and Angus McGregor, who gave us their perspectives on their important work as well. Another round of applause for those. And then we had a dizzying array of wonderful, almost lightning round presenters. You, as far as the large delegations coming from certain organizations in the Philippines, brought so many different perspectives, such a wide array of ideas and new ways that this technology might be put forth. It makes me happy that we are all working this together, because we have seen today through these 3 kind of sessions, I wouldn't say 3 generations, but 3 stages of thinking about this technology as it's being deployed. One, as it's been being deployed over a decade or so, and the challenges that were involved in pioneering it. And then in the middle, we saw some both more recent and also new iterations of this technology in our featured presentations. And not all of them, but the majority of our presentations in the afternoon were people in different fields, liberal arts, and all these other new technologies that we're helping to combine and explore the boundaries and edges and implementing this technology for the betterment of all of us moving forward. So that's such a great combination of new and old and innovative and enthusiastic and also entrepreneurs and academics and practitioners. It's just a wonderful feeling to be involved with this community, and I hope you feel the same way. Wonderful. Okay, so a couple of last-minute housekeeping items. We're going to be back here again in this very same room tomorrow. We have another dizzying array of wonderful presentations. We're going to be opening the doors here at 9 a.m., and having a few words. And then first, we're going to put together a discussion, basically, for all of us. We're going to take a couple of our speakers, and we have an array of questions that we want to try to crowdsource. Well, it's one thing to come together and give presentations to each other, share our ideas, but there's also, we want to leverage our time together, the time that we took to travel, the time we took to be here present with each other. And one way I'd like to try to utilize that is to crowdsource some issues, some questions, especially around implementing these technologies moving forward. And so hopefully some of you have answered that questionnaire that we shared in the first session in the morning and sent out an email. Tonight, we're going to curate some of your questions, and we're going to put them to our panel of experts in the morning. We're going to hear what they have to say, and then later on in the afternoon, we're going to get everybody into groups and have you brainstorm answers to your own questions, and so we can flip a form of publication and try and get some new knowledge out of our time together to share with the world with our crowd-sourced, varied talents and knowledge. Does that sound okay? Beautiful. All right. Please enjoy your fellowship time tonight, but not too much enough to where you're not able to come back and fully enjoy our time together tomorrow. If there's no other questions, you can slowly pick up your things, try to leave the place as clean as you brought it. We want to be able to come back and use this space again next time, and we will see you again. Hey, Bob, you have any last words? No? We'll see you back here again tomorrow. Thanks very much.
blossoms sway. A lab lights up with learners, where technology meets play. From screen to real world projects, they bridge the oldest gaps, connecting threads of knowledge on global learning maps. World Learning Labs, immersive stories told, hands-on discoveries, where young minds mold. From distant shores to nearby streets, in every heart a spark. Emerging tech and partnerships, World Learning Labs. High in the Andes, a classroom under stars. Kids programming drones, learning Mars from afar. Their laughter rings over mountains as codes create new flights in labs that open worlds on the coldest, clearest nights. World Learning Labs. World Learning Labs. Down by the Nile, history whispers through the reeds. Students in VR headsets explore where pharaohs lead. Past and future mingle as pyramids go digital, in labs that make the old mute and the mythical practical. World Learning Labs, immersive stories told, hands-on discoveries, where young minds mold. From distant shores to nearby streets, in every heart a spark. Emerging tech and partnerships, World Learning Labs. World Learning Labs. World Learning Labs. Down by the Nile, history whispers through the reeds. Students in VR headsets explore where pharaohs lead. Past and future mingle as pyramids go digital, in labs that make the old and new and the mythical practical. World Learning Labs. World Learning Labs. In a quiet corner of Kyoto, where cherry blossoms sway, a lab lights up with learners, where technology meets play. From screen to real world projects, they bridge the oldest gaps, connecting threads of knowledge on global learning maps. World Learning Labs, immersive stories told, hands-on discoveries, where young minds mold. From distant shores to nearby streets, in every heart a spark. Emerging tech and partnerships, World Learning Labs. High in the Andes, a classroom under stars. Kids programming drones, learning Mars from afar. Their laughter rings over mountains as codes create new flights in labs that open worlds on the coldest, clearest nights. World Learning Labs. World Learning Labs. Down by the Nile, history whispers through the reeds. Students in VR headsets explore where pharaohs lead. Past and future mingle as pyramids go digital in labs that make the old new and the mythical practical. World Learning Labs, immersive stories told, hands-on discoveries where young minds mold. From distant shores to nearby streets, in every heart a spark. Emerging tech and partnerships, World Learning Labs. World Learning Labs. World Learning Labs. Down by the Nile, history whispers through the reeds. Students in VR headsets explore where pharaohs lead. Past and future mingle as pyramids go digital in labs that make the old and new and the mythical practical. World Learning Labs. World Learning Labs. In a quiet corner of Kyoto where cherry blossoms sway, a lab lights up with learners where technology meets play. From screen to real world projects, they bridge the oldest gaps, connecting threads of knowledge on global learning maps. World Learning Labs, immersive stories told, hands-on discoveries where young minds mold. From distant shores to nearby streets, in every heart a spark. Emerging tech and partnerships, World Learning Labs. High in the Andes, a classroom under stars. Kids programming drones, learning Mars from afar. Their laughter rings over mountains as codes create new flights in labs that open worlds on the coldest, clearest nights. World Learning Labs. World Learning Labs. Down by the Nile, history whispers through the reeds. Students in VR headsets explore where pharaohs lead. Past and future mingle as pyramids go digital, in labs that make the old new and the mythical practical. World learning labs, immersive stories told, hands-on discoveries, where young minds mold. From distant shores to nearby streets, in every heart a spark. Emerging tech and partnerships, World Learning Labs. World Learning Labs. World Learning Labs. Down by the Nile, history whispers through the reeds. Students in VR headsets explore where pharaohs lead. Past and future mingle as pyramids go digital, in labs that make the old and new and the mythical practical. World Learning Labs. World Learning Labs. In a quiet corner of Kyoto where cherry blossoms sway, a lab lights up with learners where technology meets play. From screen to real world projects, they bridge the oldest gaps, connecting threads of knowledge on global learning maps. World Learning Labs, immersive stories told, hands-on discoveries, where young minds mold. From distant shores to nearby streets, in every heart a spark. Emerging tech and partnerships, World Learning Labs. High in the Andes, a classroom under stars. Kids programming drones, learning Mars from afar. Their laughter rings over mountains as codes create new flights. In labs that open worlds on the coldest, clearest nights. World Learning Labs. World Learning Labs. Down by the Nile, history whispers through the reeds. Students in VR headsets explore where pharaohs lead. Past and future mingle as pyramids go digital, in labs that make the old new and the mythical practical. World Learning Labs, immersive stories told, hands-on discoveries, where young minds mold. From distant shores to nearby streets, in every heart a spark. Emerging tech and partnerships,